Thank you. All right, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Tempe City Council regular council meeting. The time is now 6:04 p.m. Members of the public who attend the meeting physically are asked to maintain distance between other parties, and masks are optional for all attendees per City of Tempe policy. Alternatively, members of the public may attend the meeting through Cisco WebEx by visiting tempe.gov/councilmeetinginfo for more information. Council meetings can also be watched in real time via Cox Cable Channel 11 and at tempe.gov/tempe11. So you might ask, why am I standing right now and not actually sitting in my chair and reading? And the reason is because we have a winner here of the Mayor for a Meeting, and it's from Joseph P. Spracali School. They have an elementary school winner auction, and the winner is Olivia, who's standing with me right now. You want to stand up in here? Okay, so Olivia, how old are you?
5.
She is 5 years old. I'm really excited to have you here. You're at Joseph P. Spracali School, right? All right. So remember we talked about upstairs about how the way we start meetings is actually banging a gavel a couple of times, 2 or 3 times, and that lets people know that the meeting has started. So you want to do that for me? Okay. I'm going to switch things around just a little bit this evening because Olivia is going to help us to do the Pledge of Allegiance. So all that are able and willing to please join me and stand. And we're going to do the Pledge of Allegiance, and Olivia is going to start us out this evening.
I pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, and liberty and justice for all.
Olivia, you want to get a quick picture with the whole council down there? Want to do that? Okay, council, can you come join me for a photo?
My knees are bad otherwise. Yeah, I can't do it. I skip like that.
Everyone give a big hand to Olivia. Mayor for a meeting.
Good job, Olivia. Good job.
Thank you. Thank you. Also, council, if we could please remain standing, and if people want to join us as well, just for item number 2 is a quick moment of silence as well, if you are willing and able. Thank you so much. You may be seated. I feel like after Olivia was here as the mayor, I should just go ahead and end the meeting on a very high note. But given that we do have work this evening, I will get back on track. Item number 4 here is the meeting minutes, and I know Councilmember Keating, you're going to read the land acknowledgement statement prior to doing the meeting minutes?
Yes, that's correct, Mayor. Thank you. We wish to acknowledge that Tempe is the homeland of the Native Americans of the Native people who inhabited this landscape since time immemorial. These ancestral lands of the A'atham and the Peepash, known as Maricopa, and their ancestors extend far beyond our city. This land continues to be spiritually connected to the A'atham of the Salt River, Pima Indian community, the Gila River Indian community. We accept responsibility of stewarding those places and solemnly pledge to consider this commitment in every action. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Keating. And now we'll move forward. You'll stay with us for the meeting minutes.
Yes, sir, Mayor. I move we approve items 4A, 1 through 3.
It's been moved by Councilmember Keating. Do I have a second?
A second.
Seconded by Councilmember Hodge. Please vote. Mine is frozen. Hold on a second here.
Aye.
There we go. Thank you.
Are you left-handed?
All right, and that item passes 7-0. Thank you, Karen. Give me 1 second here.
They can get
All
you
right.
they can get you left-handed mouse.
All right, next up, we're going to do the acceptance of board, commission, and committee meeting minutes.
I'll do it
Councilmember Keating.
Thank you, Mayor. I move we approve items 4B, 1 through 9.
It's been moved by Councilmember Keating. Do I have a second? Seconded by Councilmember Navarro. Please vote.
Aye.
And that item also passes 7-0. All right. Next up, I have a number of announcements here. All right. So right now, we're going to talk about the 2023 Youth Best Courage Award recipients, and I'm pleased to begin my updates by announcing all of these winners. For the past 26 years, the city of Tempe has partnered with the Tempe Elementary School District Number 3, Tempe Union High School District, Kyrene School District, and the Tempe Diablos Charities to honor exceptional young people in our community. Students are nominated by representatives in their districts and selected by a panel of city and school district employees for their exemplary efforts in citizenship, community service, and for demonstrating social conscience. Each Courage Award nominee has accomplished so much already, and fortunately for us, has much more to give. Tonight, I have the honor of introducing the 2023 Youth Best Courage Award recipients. But before we move into the presentation, I'd like to acknowledge the following dignitaries that are here in the audience this evening. From the Tempe Elementary School District, Superintendent Dr. James Driscoll. From the Tempe Elementary Governing Board, we have our Vice President, Allison Ewers. We have Governing Board Member Jim Lemon. Governing Board Member Eric Miller. And Governing Board Member Monica Trejo. We also have from the Office of Strategic Partnerships and Communication, and also a Courage Awards Committee member, Gabby Dunton. For the Tempe Union High School District, we have their superintendent, Dr. Kevin Mendeville. We have Tempe Union High School District staff here. We have Mary Catherine Boatwright, who's a teacher at Mountain Point. From Marcos Deniza, we have their principal, Brent Brown. And from Desert Vista, we have their counselor, Karen Hines. Also, we have the principal for Mountain Point, Tamika Banks. Also, we have from McClintock, a teacher, Christy Johnson. Youth specialist from Desert Vista, Rang Lai. Counselor from Tempe High, Andrea Marquez. Principal from Desert Vista, Stacy White. Teacher from Corona del Sol, Kate Zengraff. And the Executive Director of Community Relations and also a Courage Awards Committee member, Megan Sterling. And we also have here from the Kyrene School District this evening, Superintendent Laura Tenyez. Oh, I forgot one quick thing. Hold on here. Governing board member from the Tempe Union High School District, Burdetta Hodge. I was going to get in a lot of trouble if I didn't do that. All right, we've got here from the Kyrene School District, Board Vice President Michelle Fay. We've got board member Trina Nelson. And Federal Programs and Outreach Program Manager and also Courage Awards Committee member Aaron Schroeder. Also like to acknowledge the Tempe Diablos Charities for their continued support of the Youth Fest Courage Awards. And also want to acknowledge our City of Tempe staff and Courage Awards Committee members, Naomi Farrell from the Office of Education, Career, and Family Services, and all of our folks, yeah, please. And all of the incredible City of Tempe staff, Adrian Casio, Jorge Benavente, Joseph Steele III, Maria Gonzalez, Marie Raymond, Mary Mezzi, Rachel Brickner, Victoria Aguilar. That page was stapled very interestingly, for the record. I'm like, how is someone supposed to flip that page? So once again, just thank you everyone for your support of these wonderful students. I'd also like to invite now my fellow council members to come join me down here and assist me with the presentation of the 2023 Youth Fest Courage Awards. So recipients will be announced by district, and upon receiving your award, we'll take an individual photo with mayor and council and a district group photo after all names have been announced. Dignitaries and staff, you are also invited to join us as we present the awards. Students, once you receive your award, please make your way back to your seat. After all recipients have been announced, I'll call you up one final time to take a photo with the entire group. All right, first up here from the Tempe Union High School District, we have Alex Lutz, but Cameron Lutz will accept this award on behalf of his brother. Alex Lutz is from Corona del Sol High School from grade 12, was named MVP for track, and was ranked second in the state for the 2021-22 school year. Is Cameron Lutz here?
You gonna shake our hands? Yeah, you're gonna shake this one. There you go.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Put you here next to Dr. Mandeville.
Yeah, what's that next to Dr. Miller?
Ready, 1, 2, 3. Smile, one more. Big smile. 1, 2, 3. Got it. Thank you.
Congratulations.
You know, I feel short every day, but there's some days when I feel even shorter.
Amen.
I'm telling you. You know I'm talking. All right, next up here. Actually, we also have here Cameron Lutz again. Look at that. So Cameron Lutz from Corona del Sol High School, grade 12. Cameron successfully worked and excelled at his senior year courses. So Cameron, if you want to, actually, should we do, already had the photo, I guess, or, but got to get the award? All right, good. I figured I would check. Oh, no, come on back up. Come on back. Ah.
That's okay. More claps.
That's all right, more. All right, next up we have Edward Moore from Corona del Sol High School.
Good for you again.
Edward, grade 12, and served as senior class president for the current school year, something I did too, so.
Nice. Yeah. That's a short and more.
Scoot in a little bit more, Joel. Thank you. Great. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Big smiles. 1, 2, 3.
Next winner we have from Desert Vista High School, Bailey Moynihan. Bailey is proud to graduate personally and academically. The coping skills that she's learned and put into practice have paid off and gotten her to the finish line. Congratulations, Bailey.
One more. Big smiles. 1, 2, 3.
Next up, we have from Desert Vista High School, Michaela Wilburn. From grade 12 here, Michaela says, my accomplishment in school is finding a class that I enjoy, which is business marketing. I've almost completed my course and have earned certificates in customer service and sales. Let's give it up for Michaela. 1, 2, 3. One more. Big smile. 1, 2, 3. The next student here is from Desert Vista High School, Miranda Day. Miranda plans to attend the University of Alabama at Huntsville with an academic recognition scholarship to study aerospace engineering.
Ooh, I like that.
All right. 1, 2, 3. Big smiles. 1, 2, 3.
All right, next up we have from Marcos Tediza High School, Adriana Ferrer Segura. I feel like Councilmember Navarro may have gone to Marcos. In the span of 1 year, Adriana found out she was pregnant, transferred to a new high school where she could receive more support for becoming a new mom, and she gave birth to a healthy baby girl. Adriana looks forward to graduating and continuing her education.
One, two, three. Big smiles. Thank you.
The next student is from Marcos Tediza High School, Alex Ledesma. Alex was recently selected as the Cadet of the Month for the month of February 2023 in the JROTC program. Congratulations, Alex.
Big smile. 1, 2, 3. That's one more. 1, 2, 3.
All right, congratulations.
The next winner we have is Dallas Vacaneri from Marcos Tediza High School. Oh,
Not here.
okay, all right. All right. Oh, okay. Well, and to back that up, Dallas has been involved with Marcos Tediza baseball for the past 4 years. He's served as captain for the past 2 years, and he's also excited to announce he has been officially accepted to Western Arizona University. The next winner here is from Mountain Point, a Zenith Mercado. Okay, Mountain Point in the house. A Zenith Mercado. Zenith takes college classes through Rio Salado and South Mountain Community Colleges and will graduate with her associate in arts and associate in science degrees before she actually graduates from Mountain Point.
Oh, sorry. I was doing Bernetta's bidding.
1, 2, 3. More. Big smile. Gotcha.
Thank you. All right. The next winner we have was unable to attend this evening, but it was Darius Cooper from Tempe High School. Darius plans to attend college for mechanical engineering, biotechnology, and business. Ah, there we go.
You don't look like your picture.
Yeah.
All right, take your picture.
Ready? 1, 2, 3. One more.
All right. Next up from Tempe High School, Hugo Valenzuela. Hugo is an ELL pre-emergent student. He transferred to Tempe High at the start of his junior year from Mexico. Hugo has passed all classes at Tempe High, and even with the language barrier, he makes no excuses and uses resources such as a language translator. Give it up for Hugo.
Big smile. 1, 2, 3. We'll do one more. Big smile. Got it.
Next up from Tempe High School, Raiden Martza. All right. Raiden babysits 2 children with special needs, one with autism, Aiden, and the other with Accardi syndrome, Jasmine. Raiden aspires to be an art therapist for children with special needs. Thank you, Raiden.
Well, there's only one.
Big smile. One more. 1, 2, 3. Big smile.
All right. Next up here, welcome Dr. Driscoll. All right, we're gonna do, actually, we should do the group photo with Tempe Union. No, Dr. Driscoll was ready, so all the Tempe Union winners, if you could come up front and join us for a group photo.
Do you want the principals to come?
Sure, obviously, any principals, others, superintendents, dignitaries are welcome to join us up front as well.
Principals?
I'm going to have you stand in the back. Tall people in the back.
Oh, that's okay. I'm coming up. All right, I'm coming.
I can't make it easy.
Principal Brown?
Principal Brown, where are you?
Principal Brown?
Stay so. Let's have you folks scooch in just a little bit more on this side. Here we go. Yeah, I can see all those smiling faces. That looks good. All right. One second. All right, everybody. Big smile. 1, 2, 3. Just a couple more. Big smiles. Last one. Gotcha. Thank you.
All right, now I'm going to bring Dr. Driscoll back up here.
I was just following directions.
Hey, you know, it's all good. Dr. Driscoll, superintendent of the Tempe Elementary School District number 3. The first winner we have from Fees Middle School, Gabriela Cervantes. All right, Gabby loves to sing and is proud to be part of the Fees College Preparatory Middle School Choir, and she plans to continue singing into high school and beyond. Give it up for Gabriella.
Okay, can we get one with Alice, the board
And we
members?
got fees.
Yeah, the fees, board members?
We only have one. So we want-
Yeah.
Let's have you right there, and then let's have you, yep, let's go straight on the side. Can you stand right behind our room? I would like to step forward, push it. That's good. All righty, 1, 2, 3, big smile. Let's have you turn your other shoulder towards me. Yes, like that, there you go. That's better. 1, 2, 3, and let's do another one. Got it. Thank you.
right. Next up here, Kyrene School District. Hi. How are you? Good to see you. Superintendent Laura Tenyes. All right. First up here, we have from Kyrene Akamel Al Delano Chandler. Oh, Delano Chandler, excuse me. Delano's in grade 8, also has worked hard to achieve honor roll this quarter.
Good job. All right. Thanks, Joel. 1, 2, 3. One more. Big smiles. Gotcha.
All right, next up from Kyrene Apprende, we have Raya James. As a newer Avid student, Raya's confidence in her skills and abilities has improved greatly, and she's begun to try new strategies to help her be successful. She's built strong relationships with her peers and is always positive with a smile on her face every day. Congratulations.
Ready? 1, 2, 3. Big smile. One more. Big smiles.
Next up from Kyrene Digital Academy, Haley Shuttleworth. Haley's poem about her epilepsy won the 6th grade poetry contest at Kyrene Digital Academy and has advanced on to the Kyrene District Poetry Contest. Congratulations, Haley.
Switch it up. 3, 2, 1. There you go.
Next up from Kyrene Middle School, Leanne Pan. At the end of the most recent soccer season, Leanne was named MVP for the girls' varsity soccer team. Congratulations.
One more. Big smiles. 1, 2, 3.
And let's see, next up here, we have Michael Garcia from Kyrene Middle School. Michael has worked his way back up to grade level from missing school due to his health and is doing excellent. He continues to go back to the hospital to encourage other kids and also participates in Buddy PE, where he assists children with special needs during their class. Congratulations, Michael. And our last recipient this evening is Richard Rayner from Kyrene Middle School. Richie has been working hard on improving himself. This school year, he became the quarterback for his football team, and his perseverance and dedication really inspired the KMS basketball team. Congratulations.
Last one more. Big smile.
All right. Now I want to bring up all the group photo for all of the Kyrene recipients. If you can all come back up, governing board members, students, teachers, other dignitaries,
Principals.
nominators. Oh, I might.
I'm gonna go on my phone.
A little bit.
Big smile. 1, 2, 3. Four. Big smiles. 1, 2, 3.
And now I'd like to bring up a big group photo, all of the districts, TD3, Tempe Union, and Kyrene. I want you to all come on back up. We're gonna make this work. You know, just the students then? Just the students then, okay? So all the award recipients, Tempe Union, Tempe Elementary, and Kyrene, come on up, students. I just wanted to say very quickly here, in closing, the city of Tempe, Tempe Union High School District, Tempe Elementary School District number 3, and the Kyrene School District would like to thank the Tempe Diablos Charities for its continued support of the Youth Fest Courage Awards. Congratulations to all of the 2023 Youth Fest Courage Awards recipients. We wish you all the best.
Sure you don't want with all the people in the council chamber?
Maybe I do.
Just curious. I've lived in 3 or 4. Hi, Mike. We'll go this way.
I know. Y'all coming a long way around. Oh, this feels funny. I love it.
Oh, come on up. Come on up. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. How you doing? Good, good. Can I get the students? Oh, actually, let's see here.
Congratulations.
Mayor and council, okay. All right, cool. All right, Mayor and council.
Arlene and Joel, separate from me for just a little bit. Here, there, that was great. Okay. Is that everybody? Here, 1, 2, 3. Big smile. 1, 2, 3. Big smile. Gotcha.
Perfect. for the record, they won the game too. All right. Going to my next announcement here, which is item 5A2, which is Public Safety Telecommunicator Week Proclamation. And let's see if I can have maybe Chief Montenegro, would you like to join me down here?
Okay, listen. I know, that's right.
All right. So the proclamation reads like this. Whereas the public safety dispatch professionals of the City of Tempe Police Communications Center provide life-saving services vital to the people in our community in partnership with all city departments, including Tempe Fire Medical Rescue, Care 7, Homeless Outreach, Transportation, and our neighboring jurisdictions. And whereas 911 call takers assist the caller with over-the-phone support and emergency instruction that saves lives every day on every shift, handling over 141,917 calls for service in 2022, and performing heroically despite ongoing staffing impacts. And whereas police dispatchers provide the critical connection between those experiencing an emergency and the responding emergency crews, ensuring that the commensurate personnel and resources are dispatched to the call. And whereas tactical radio operators provide a life-saving and critical communications function in connecting public safety agencies and personnel to one another on scene and en route to hospitals. And whereas police communications personnel are our community's first responders, daily working above and beyond the call of duty in situations of great stress and suffering to facilitate resolution of emergency situations, including codes, deaths, drownings, vehicle collisions, fires, and other emergency calls for assistance. And whereas the health and safety of the Tempe community and its residents greatly depends on these services and the dedicated professionals who daily provide them. Now therefore I, Corey Woods, Mayor of the City of Tempe, Arizona, do hereby declare April 9th through the 15th, 2023 as Public Safety Telecommunicator Week in Tempe, Arizona.
One, two, three, big smiles. We do one more. 1, 2, 3.
All right, next up here, we are here in celebration of Earth Month and Arbor Day. Tempe kicked off the month with a tree-a-thon planting event that saw more than 100 low water use trees planted across the city. The project was made possible thanks to a collaboration between public, private, and nonprofit partners whose joint efforts helped to expand shade coverage in Tempe. We have a lot of these partners here today, so we ask that they now come up to receive this proclamation. This work is part of a larger effort to increase shade canopy coverage in the city and create more resilience to extreme heat. We have a goal of achieving a 25% tree and shade canopy in the city by the year 2040, which will provide shade and cooling benefits that make Tempe a more comfortable place to live, work, and play. And so I've got the proclamation here for Arbor Month. Whereas J. Sterling Morton first proposed a tree planting holiday in 1872 to be called Arbor Day and celebrated on the last Friday of the month of April. And whereas April is also the celebration of Earth Month at a time to educate, take action, and celebrate the initiatives taking place at local, regional, state, national, and global levels. And whereas on April 1st, the City of Tempe, in partnership with Community Services, Parks and Recreation Department, Salt River Project, State Farm, Trees Matter, and Keep Tempe Beautiful, planted over 100 trees at JC and Arredondo, at Joyce, Arredondo Park, Connolly Middle School, and the Escalante and Alegre neighborhoods. And whereas on April 1st, the city of Tempe, in partnership with SRP, Silicon Valley Bank, State Farm, oh wait, hold on, yep, State Farm, Trees Better, this is the same one. All right, that's interesting. Same paragraph twice. You've already heard it once, I will not read it again. And whereas native trees cool our communities and create resilience to extreme heat while enhancing the beauty of Tempe, combating pollution, reducing energy costs, and reducing urban heat island effect. And whereas partners at Arizona State University, Paul Cosio and Katja Brundiers, have led a team of students, researchers, and faculty to help engage with community partners to create a more resilient community and region with the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation Cool Kids Grant. And whereas as we celebrate Earth Month with activities for all, the city is committed to advancing a local, people-centered approach to community building and climate resilience with the support of partners and the Tempe City Council. Now therefore I, Corey Woods, Mayor of the City of Tempe, Arizona, do hereby declare April 2023 as Arbor Month in Tempe, Arizona.
Let you guys take a little bit of a step forward, and then you slide in right behind her, a little right there, stop, and then you're gonna come, yep, right there, that looks great. Come on here, let's have you come a little bit forward, perfect, just like that. Looks good, ready? 1, 2, 3, big smiles, 1, 2, 3. Thank you all.
Thank you. But, good to see you. But before you all go here, Dr. K, can you come up with me here? And council, could you come join me for a second?
He said not to leave.
So I'm so excited to see so many groups from all different sectors coming together to increase shade and green spaces throughout our city. One person who exemplifies a commitment to bringing people together is Dr. Braden Kay, Tempe's first director of the Sustainability and Resilience Office. On a bittersweet note, Dr. Kay will conclude his service with the city this Friday. He has been appointed to become California's first extreme heat program manager in the Governor's Office of Planning and Research. That alone deserves a big round of applause. He leaves a legacy of collaborating with other departments, localities, and community partners, and inspires us to work together to make transformational change. As a parting gift, the Sustainability and Resilience Office has packages of moringa tree seeds for people to plant, enjoying the shade and the many benefits they bring. I want to tell you just very quickly before we sit down, I met Dr. K. He actually started with the city of Tempe when I was in the 4 years that I was not on council. And I remember the first time I actually met him was at a restaurant in Phoenix where we happened, he was coming in and I was leaving. And we had this interesting conversation where a friend of mine knew him very well. And he said, oh my God, you're Corey Woods. I'm like, wait, you're Braden K.? And so from there on out, whatever, we became very good friends, and we spent some time together hanging out at Culinary Dropout right down the street. And he's a person also, I have to say, whenever I would do a presentation on sustainability or tree planting or the environment, Braden is the best person to prep you for any kind of session you could ever have. He made sure that I had all of that information down cold without any notes, and I could not have done any of that without Dr. Braden K. So congratulations to you on your new appointment. We are really going to miss you here at the City of Tempe, but you leave an incredible legacy having started the city's first ever Sustainability and Resilience Office. So everybody, Dr. Braden K.
Everybody, or just,
Yeah, let's do everyone.
We're all partners here.
we'll do the same little dance we did before. Let's have you step forward a little bit. There we go. And then slide in, slide in. Have you step right up here. I'm a short dude. Wow.
Thanks, Paul.
There we go. Slide right in and you there. Great. I love it. Okay. Ready? 1, 2, 3, and smile. One more. 1, 2, 3. Big. Gotcha.
Corey. Good luck to you, man.
Thank you, Corey.
Thank you.
Sorry about that.
All right, thank you so much, everyone. Next up is item 5A4, which are new appointments to the City of Tempe Parks, Recreation, Golf, and Double Butte Cemetery Advisory Board. Just want to congratulate Maggie Sullivan on her appointment to the Tempe Parks, Recreation, Golf, and Double Butte Cemetery Advisory Board. Please note that the Tempe Arts and Culture Commission appointment has been delayed until a future regular council meeting. But congratulations to Maggie, and thank you for your service to the City of Tempe. Next up, we're going to go to item 5B, City Manager's Reports and Announcements. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Our first item tonight is going to be our Cease Cities designation. I'd ask our city staff and our guests to please come up to the front.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name is John Meza. I'm the board president of the Arizona Anti-Trafficking Network. We are here today to announce that the City of Tempe has fulfilled the requirements to become a CEASE designated city. Thank you, Mayor Woods, City Manager Ching, and Council for inviting us here tonight to share a few words about this important accomplishment. CEASE, which stands for Cities Empowered Against Sexual Exploitation, is a program of the Arizona Anti-Trafficking Network tasked with engaging local governments to ensure that they are best equipped to combat sex trafficking crimes. Our goal at CEASE is to build a network of communities across Arizona who are all committed to ending sexual exploitation. Regardless of where you call home, these types of crimes are occurring, and their ripple effects on victims, family members, and the community at large cannot be understated. While this is a grim reality, there are interventions deployed at the local level that can aid in curtailing sexual exploitation crimes. CEASE aims to equip cities and towns with these tools, starting with training for municipal staff and leveraging that education into action. To attain the distinction of being a CEASE designated city or town, municipal governments must fulfill the requirement that 75% of their staff become trained on the CEASE curriculum, and to commit to an annual retraining and integrate the training into new hire onboarding. In January, the City of Tempe made this commitment with an ambitious goal of achieving their designation before Arizona hosted the Super Bowl in early February, an event that is regularly associated with sex trafficking crimes. We are pleased to report that the city took this challenge very seriously, completing their training requirements for designation faster than any other city in the state to date. Since this accomplishment, your city has continued to go above and beyond on this issue. Supplemental training for patrol officers within the Tempe Police Department is currently underway, with more to follow for other departments and commissions. We know that this accomplishment would not be possible without the leadership of Mayor Woods, City Manager Ching, and your City Council. Our sincerest thanks to all of you for making this a priority. We would also like to express our gratitude to Valicia Humes, Chief Diversity Officer, who has been our partner throughout the implementation process and an advocate for the importance of this program. We would also like to extend our gratitude to Sergeant Lillian Duran of the Tempe Police Department, who has taken the lead to ensure that supplemental training for Tempe officers be urgent and a priority. She, along with her team of dedicated detectives, have done a tremendous job to combat these heinous crimes within the city of Tempe and have proven to be great partners in this effort. In closing, it is my honor and privilege to present this plaque to your city on behalf of the Arizona Anti-Trafficking Network for achieving the Cease City designation. We applaud your commitment to ending sex trafficking in the state of Arizona, and may this plaque also serve as a reminder of the victims in this community that we aim to assist, and that not just one person, not one department, or a city can tackle this issue alone. It will take all of us and our best efforts to realize the vision of an Arizona where no one is bought, sold, or exploited. Thank you.
They're gonna take a photo, I think. I'll give it to the mayor. It can't, mayor, you want the photo?
He's gonna take photos.
Joel, let's have you sneak around behind here. Let's have you sneak right behind him, and then Dr. Kings, let's have you come forward, and then right there, you're, sorry, you stand right there, and then you go here, and then let's have, there you go. Right here? Yeah, perfect. Just like that. There we go. Ready? 1, 2, 3, big smile. One more. 1, 2, 3, smile. Gotcha.
Before they leave the chambers, I just want to thank John Meza, Nancy Baldwin, Michelle Rucker, Stacy Sutherland, and Nate Bolter, all from AATN, which is the group that provides the certification. And I'll go one step from John's comments is we would not be here at this moment if we did not have Dr. Hume's leadership on this. She took us from 0 to 81% compliance with certification, and it's only going to go up from there. And this was something she was very passionate about from the beginning of her tenure here with the city of Tempe. So thank you, Dr. Humes.
Mr. City, Mr. Quick question for you. I know you have a couple more announcements. Which ones have outside presenters? I just want to make sure, because I know I've got a lot of comment cards here, and I just don't want to make people wait any longer. If we can, I just don't want to make members of the public wait. So I know 5B2 is a staff presentation.
5B2 is all staff. 5B3, I think, and 5B4 may have some outside presenters as well.
Okay.
We can ask.
Let's see. Would we mind moving those around a little bit, Mr. Ching? Or
Sure. No,
Okay,
that's fine.
great.
Let's
Thank
go to 5B3 and 5B4. I'll ask staff to come up. This is the,
and then after we do public comment, Mr. Ching, we can come back to 5B2 and do the river bottom update.
yep, absolutely.
Thank you.
5B3. Although it doesn't, yeah, here we go.
My apologies, Jason, for the audible, but as
It's okay.
my folder gets a little thicker here, I want to make sure that I'm not keeping people here all night, so,
I think Paul Bentley's going to go ahead and take these next two.
okay.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I am Paul Bentley, Deputy Community Health and Human Services Director here for the City of Tempe. And this evening, I'm here to present upon 2 awards that were received by significant work done within the city and within our partnerships. This being associated with the Arizona State University School of Social Work's Annual Impact Awards. And in that presentation that was given just a few weeks ago, we had the honor to hear the words coming from our governor, Governor Hobbs, as well as the dean of the school, the director of the school, and speaking about the great work that's being done throughout the state, specifically to those who are having impact within the social work environment within the state. And so specifically, I'm here as a representative to honor and reflect upon the honor that was given to Tempe Community Council for their work over this last year, specifically to how they are serving the community through the agency review process, and through many of the other programs that they provide in partnership with our nonprofit partners within the community, and also through direct services that they provide as well. And so this image is a picture of Kim Benenwigen. Octavia Harris is my peer, and with their work and their leadership, they were honored this award just a few weeks ago, and just want to bring that to your attention. It was a great day. In addition to this award, Jason, how do I get to? I need to get to the next slide, please. Okay. You'll have. Can we show that for the group, please? Thank you. It was a great day. In that, in addition to Tempe Community Council being honored in their work serving the community, we also had the ability to hear the great words being presented for Care 7 as well. And so as you see in this image, Chris Charlo, the manager over Care 7 and providing significant leadership within that work group for many years, was able to receive the award for Care 7 and the work that they have been doing on a continuous basis, whether it's through crisis response, whether it's through the youth specialist program, victim services, case management, and other programs within Care 7. And within her leadership, they were awarded the Impact Award for 2023 from Arizona State University as well. So thank you for allowing us to present that to your attention this evening.
And we'll just wait on the next one.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you so much, Paul. Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
All right. So we're going to come back to item 5B2, and I'm going to move on forward to public appearances. Tonight's agenda has a number of items City Council must consider in order to conduct city business. Guidelines for conduct at City Council meetings are available on the table near the entrance for those in attendance at tonight's meeting. Just want to quickly read the protocol for ensuring proper conduct of City Council meetings. Continued disruptive behavior will lead to removal from the council chambers. We need to be able to hear everyone in the room. Behavior that disrupts, disturbs, or otherwise impedes the orderly conduct of any council meeting is not helpful and is not permitted. This includes behavior both inside and outside the council chambers. Should individuals inside the council chambers become disruptive so that city business is not able to be conducted, I will first ask that the individuals allow city business to be completed. There will be time for public comment during the call to the audience portion of the meeting. If no cooperation, I will issue a verbal warning and let them know that continued disruptive behavior will lead to removal from council chambers. If still no cooperation, I will issue a second verbal warning and let them know that continued disruptive behavior will lead to removal from council chambers. If no cooperation after 2 warnings, then I will ask security officers to remove only those individuals who are causing the disruption. Security personnel should not engage in any way but only to escort them out of the council chambers. If individuals refuse to leave, security personnel shall warn them that they are trespassing and that the next step will be arrest by a Tempe police officer. Tempe officers may have to arrest individuals if they refuse to leave. Charges for trespass and disorderly conduct may apply, as well as other charges. Should anyone be asked to be removed from the meeting, I will recess the meeting. Item number 6 is public appearances. According to the Arizona Open Meeting Law, the City Council may only discuss matters listed elsewhere on this agenda for discussion and legal action. The purpose of the open call to the public is to allow individuals to address the City Council on any issue within the jurisdiction of the City Council. Public appearances shall be limited to an aggregate total of 60 minutes. No person shall speak more than once, and there is a limit of 3 minutes per speaker. Speakers present at the podium must state their name and city of residence and provide a speaker card. Members of the public shall refrain from becoming becoming, making personal, impertinent, or slanderous remarks, and from becoming boisterous while addressing the city council or while addressing the meeting. Attending the meetings. Speakers will be taken first come, first serve in the order in which the cards are received. Speakers' visual aids and appearances by phone or recordings are not allowed. Council members are prohibited by state law from taking action on, commenting, or discussing a matter raised by a member of the public, even if asked to do so by a member of the public, so long as the subject discussed by the speaker is not listed as a specific agenda item for council's consideration for discussion and legal action. At the conclusion of public appearances, the council may ask the city manager to review a matter or place a matter on a future agenda. I'm going to go ahead and call the first speaker. I'm going to call them in order here. Once again, when you come forward, please state your name and city of residence for the record. Each person will have 3 minutes to address the council. I'm going to just simply take the cards in the order in which I got them. The first speaker, I believe, is virtual, and that's Felix Pachon.
Mayor, I don't see him in the audience.
Okay. All right, speaker number 2 is Mark Bach. Please come forward, state your name and place of residence. You have 3 minutes.
I actually was planning on speaking on one of the other agenda items, 8A2, which is Crown Castle.
Do I just to call you back at 882?
That'd be perfect.
I can do that. Sorry, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, the next speaker I have is also virtual, and it's Alex R. On item 8A1, is Alex here? All right.
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you. Please state your name and place of residence. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Alex Wren. State of residence is Tempe. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I appreciate the time allowed to speak this evening. Today I'm here and was here last time about Stogie Smoke Shop trying to open up in my neighborhood. I'm against Stogie's opening near where I live. I'm surrounded by 3 smoke shops currently within a 1-mile radius. And adding 4 is absurdly absurd. I suffered with underage smoking, and hence why I kind of don't really like this topic, and I get nervous because I used to be very heavily reliant on nicotine. And there are so many smoke shops around it where I live now, and I've been living there for almost 15, 20 years, considering my parents have lived in the same area. And just seeing so many smoke shops have created just like a candy shop effect for the youth. There are many smoke shops trying to stop underage sales with mandatory IDs, but everyone could bypass that. Smoke shops in the areas have had a quite big history with selling to underage people, and I fell victim to that. And I can put my hand first, and I've stopped and I've gotten to rehab, but some people don't have that ability. And for me, I just want to be that person to protect my community, because I've seen friends, areas, neighborhoods have been run by smoke shops, and just, I don't want to name and just characterize areas to being ghetto or unsafe, but that's what happens, because most of the people that are on these type of people, they become addicts to it. This is nothing against Stogies. I know they have a downtown Phoenix area. I just don't want them in my environment. Smoking has been like PTSD for me, and I don't want my community experiencing something like that. There are plenty of locations for them, so please, council, do this for the people who are suffering with underage smoking and help them grow and help Tempe grow.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Quick thing to our clerks, to Karen and Kara. Do we have the timer out here?
Yeah, we have.
Oh, you have it right there. Okay, because usually it's out front and I can kind of watch it, but
Oh, okay. I can move it up.
okay. I just want to make sure it's there also for the benefit of the speakers as well, so they can see it. Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. All right, the next speaker I have this evening is Mario Martinez. Please come forward, state your name and place of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Mario Martinez. I live in Tempe. During the current election, a Tempe group exercised their constitutional rights to include the phrase, "no handout" for corrupt billionaires in their campaign signs. On March 15th, the Coyotes attorney filed a cease and desist demand against this group. On the following day, on March 16th, before this city council, attorney Nick Woods publicly attempted to justify these legal efforts. Mr. Woods made the demonstratively false statement that this sign called his Coyote owner a criminal, which it did not. Frankly, Mr. Wood needs to learn how to read English better. Andrew Barroway and Alex Morello were the Coyotes owners when Mr. Wood and his legal associates filed their legal action. Morello bought the Coyotes in 2019 from Barroway. Barroway, in turn, remained an owner who had a 5% stake in the Coyotes business. According to Forbes magazine, the Coyotes franchise was worth about $450 million. You do the math, Barroway's 5% of $450 million amounts to $22.5 million. On March 23rd, which is only 8 days after this legal action, saying that they couldn't put those signs up, Coyote owner Andrew Barroway got arrested up in Colorado for strangling a woman. Fortunately, the victim lived because the hotel management called the police before Barroway was able to kill her. This is a thug that Mr. Woods states that we cannot be referred to, this should not be referred to as corrupt. In turn, Tempe Wins, who is a Coyote campaign organization, publicly stated that Barroway had no active role in the Coyotes franchise. But there's a $22.5 million reason which prove otherwise. Corey, you referred to the Coyote proposal is the best arena deal in Arizona history. How many more warning signs do we need as far as bad business partners? They have unfair labor complaints, domestic violence, not paying the rent, and it's always someone else's fault, or they didn't have anything to do with it. Like he only had a $22.5 million in this company. Nothing at all. Okay, no matter what some sleazy high-dollar attorney says, business character does matter. Tempe should not be doing business with those who attempt to undermine the democratic discourse in our elections. We should also not be doing official business with deadbeats, liars, and a strangler. Vote no. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. And please, no clapping. I got to make sure we get through all of these. The next speaker we have is virtual, Andrew Velasco.
He is in the audience.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Perfect. Please state your name and place of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Yeah, good evening, Mayor, City Council, and Tempe residents. My name is Andrew Velasco. I reside in Mesa, and I'm here on behalf of the Airline Pilot Association. I'm the Airport Safety Liaison in Phoenix. The Airline Pilot Association is the world's largest pilot union. It represents more than 67,000 professional airline pilots flying for 39 airlines. Our motto since 1931 is schedule with safety. The safe movement of passengers and cargo is our top priority on every flight. ALPA strongly urges a no vote on Propositions 301, 302, and 303. The redevelopment of the city-owned, commercially zoned property poses potential encroachment impacts to Phoenix Sky Harbor. The land surrounding Phoenix requires adequate protection for safe aircraft operations. Urbanization of surrounding areas can be non-compatible land use and hazardous to public health and safety unless it's carefully planned. No assurances have been made to establish suitable protections for aircraft operations that fly above the proposed development site. Before voting yes to this land use plan, a final plan addressing safety concerns is needed. Structure heights must be limited to safely allow routine and emergency takeoff and landing operations. Other issues include direct or indirect lighting that impairs or interferes with the pilot's operation of the aircraft. Uses that produce electronic emissions that interfere with communication, navigation, and surveillance equipment, and a means to prevent the release of airborne objects that interfere with the operation of aircraft, like fireworks, smoke, and drones. On April 1st, last year, 2022, the Federal Aviation Administration outlined numerous concerns, including, but not limited to, airspace and flight limitations for aircraft using Phoenix and a non-compatible land use finding. ALPA concurs with the FAA's concern of harmful effects to the flight operations, public health, safety, and incompatible land use. I hope you take all these considerations before moving forward with these propositions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. The next speaker I have is Rachel Johnson. Do you want to wait too for? Because I know that Mr. Bach, you're on 8A2. Did you want to come now, or do you want to wait till 8A2? You can come. Absolutely. No, come on out. Please state your name and place of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, I'm Rachel Johnson, and I live in Tempe, Arizona. And I'm just going to tell you, I get a little nervous public speaking, so this is hard for me, but I'm very passionate about this getting voted down, just like it was with the commissioner's office. When we spoke, I've done a lot of research on this. I actually got 65 signatures on change.org, which I provided online. Every single neighbor of the La Tierra community that I spoke to and the Gemini Street behind, they all were opposed to building the 80-foot mono elm. And they all expressed that not only health reasons, but also for real estate property values and just a multitude of reasons. The church where it's being proposed at does not keep up with their landscaping. To be able to go to 80 feet, it takes an elm 50 years. So in 50 years, it might look okay and fit in. It's actually was currently at the school. I reached out to the church multiple times. Last time I told the commissioner's office that, and they would not respond to me. I even contacted them on their social media. I contacted them on every single platform, no responses. After it got knocked down, they actually did comment and say, hey, it had gotten rejected, but they didn't know that I had been following this. The day that they contacted me, they had already appealed it. So it was deceptive. They said, yeah, don't worry about this, was all basically that was written to me, even though they knew that they had already appealed it again. And like I said, the landscaping on the east and the west side, once you guys go through all the photos and you see them present their case, so there's not going to be any landscaping that's proposed on the east and the west side. So you've got over 100 condo units, some people Airbnb, people that I've spoken to, the Airbnb said they don't want to come here, they won't go to those units anymore. So there is going to be loss of money. And the bottom line is that this is over money. It was the school, Marcos de Niza has the current they have the current tower. It fits in there because they have lighting, this like the stadium lighting, that fits in right there. This desolate property, when you guys see this, it's the bizarrest thing to me. It does not fit in at all. And Marcos de Niza made $25,000. They're a public school a year off of this. And if you read in the deal, Crown Castle said they do not need to provide the financial information. They don't feel that they need to provide that, but they do need to provide that because it was going to a public school that needs funds. And they're going to the church because of a financial reason. And so follow the money. We're going to know why this is getting moved, and it should be voted down.
Thank you. All right. Next up is John Rochon. Please come forward, state your name and place of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm John Rochon. I live in Tempe. I also live at La Tierra, right next to the proposed 80-foot mono elm fake tower. I just want to thank the city council and the mayor for listening to our opposition tonight. I do own multiple condos at La Tierra. I'm also the vice president of the HOAs, and we are all opposed to this build. This facility does not fit in. And with that, the Development Review Commission vote was a 6-1 vote. Just in case you guys don't have that, I'm sure you do and have looked at all. And the comments hopefully are enough evidence to show that this is unacceptable. This is impractical proposal for a residential neighborhood. As already stated, the potential decrease of property values is significant concern. Many studies have showed that this can be 7% on average and over 20%. Since this lease is currently held with the City of Tempe School District, we believe it should stay there with the school. It is already difficult enough for the school to find funds. Campbell has said that AT&T is next to move there. So which tower is moving from the school next? That's $25,000 a year. Campbell has also stated that it was a business decision and will not further discuss with the school district that they will pay any more money, even though they're billions of dollars of revenue each year. And then what assurance do we have that the current tower will be decommissioned? Sure, they say it's going to be, but who moves in next? They say that they're going to have multi-locations, co-locatable towers. That's more towers, more companies moving away from the schools. Regarding the visual impacts, these trees do not grow taller than 50 foot. This is 80-foot tower. If you look at their property, it's desolate, desert. They don't maintain at their church. How are they going to afford to pay more landscapers to upkeep their property when they can't upkeep it right now? They are the ones responsible for upkeeping their property. And they call it a stealth tower. What in the area is 80 foot tall? Nothing along Guadalupe is close to 80 foot. 2 miles away, there's a building 6 stories tall. You can't even see it. So anyways, thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it. The next speaker I have is Cesar Swarty. Caesar, okay, see, you helped me out there, I appreciate that. Please come forward, state your name and place of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. My name is Cesar Suardi, a resident in Tempe. As a La Tierra condo owner and the HOA board member and treasurer, I've always been invested in the well-being of our community. Today, I want to talk about an issue that affects all of us, Crown Castle's permit to build a cell tower. For those who may not be aware, Crown Castle is a public company that files with financials with the SEC. Their 22 revenue were $6.2 billion with a net income of $1.6 billion. At a recent public hearing, the commissioners denied the permits to Crown Castle. And as a concerned member of this community, I want to ensure our residents' concerns are heard in this venue as well. Let me give you a brief summary of the first public hearing. Crown Castle unilaterally decided to request a permit to build a new cell tower instead of renewing the rental agreement with Marcos Deniza High School. When questioned about the lack of negotiation with the school district, Crown Castle representatives refused to comment and focused on the promise to plant palm trees on Desert Palm Church land. However, they did not promise or commit to maintaining those plants. While technically the decision to grant the permit is not based on the greater good for the community, I believe that we must take into account at least the aesthetic impact on the surroundings. An 80-foot tower in our community will not only be an eyesore, but it will also impact the landscape. No other building in our community reaches the same height, and an existing tower perfectly fits within a few feet from Marcos Deniza Stadium. We must also consider the fact that this tower will be visible from many of our homes, and it will negatively impact our property values. As a corporate CPA working on public companies, I understand the importance of balancing financial goals with social responsibility. Crown Castle's decisions to build a new cell tower without considering the impact on our community shows a lack of social responsibility. And as a member of the HOA board, I strongly believe that we must prioritize the well-being of our community over the profits of a public company, which with $1.6 billion in profits versus $25,000 of rent to Marcos Deniza can probably afford to pay a little rent increase. In conclusion, I urge all of you to consider the impact of this cell tower on our community. We must work together to ensure that Crown Castle engages in meaningful negotiation with the school district and considers alternative options that do not negatively impact our community's aesthetic value, and obviously address the health concerns of the community for a cell tower, which will emit radiations not a minor concern. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, the next speaker we have is Dominic Petch. Please come forward, state your name and place of residence. You have 3 minutes.
How's it going? Ooh, can you hear me okay? All right.
Sure.
Good morning, City Council. My name is Dominic Petch. I'm a 3rd grade science teacher here in Phoenix, and I go by he, they. White supremacy is running rampant, and all the transphobia is running rampant as well, which is why I brought my 9-year-old transgender nephew. What's up, everybody? My name's Ruben. I'm here today to call out white supremacy and all this transphobia because we need to save lives. I'm 9 years old, and I'm on hormone replacement therapy. It's the best thing ever, and we need more kids on this and gender reassignment surgery. Hey, Dominic, do you know what's better than gender reassignment surgery for minors? I don't know. What? Gender reassignment surgery while having a Bud Light. Shout out to Bud Light, the best thing ever. I wish I could be with Dylan. I show my support for the trans community every single day. Tomorrow's my birthday, and all I want for my birthday is Dr. Anthony Fauci to make a vaccine for white supremacy. Oh my goodness, I'm so sad. So Dominic, I'm gonna do what you did at Phoenix City Council, okay? I'm going to do one of those raps, okay? Because we need to end white supremacy. Hopefully we can go viral. All right, I'm gonna rap. Vaccinate white supremacy. Gender reassignment surgery. We need it for kids. ASAP. Vaccinate my wife. Vaccinate my life. I vaccinate your dad. I vaccinate your dog. Oh my God, I'm like Cheech and Chong. Oh my God, look at you. You killed my grandma because you didn't get the vax. Puff, puff, pass. Do it in class. Hey, I'm doing pretty good right now, huh? Okay, what is a woman? How can I answer? My grandma's got stage 5 testicular cancer. Joe Biden, that's my mans. I cry myself to sleep because I'm on stolen land. Hey, arrest Donald Trump. Put him in a cell. All of his supporters, put him in jail. Donate your money to BLM. Yes, they need another mansion. Low quality healthcare is a human right. Call up the homies, we gonna get the Bud Light. Hey, I need the vaccine, just stick it in my butt. That 15th booster made me nut. I post a black square every single day. And yes, I do support Ukraine. Nuclear war ain't so bad. Nuclear war would be... Yo, man, you're kind of spitting kind of bars right now, bro. You gotta chill, Ruben. It's my turn to rap. Hey, come on now. If you want to end white supremacy, put your hands in the air and follow me. Hey, if you want to end white supremacy, put your hands in the air and follow me. Hey. Now, while they sit tough, notice these members do not have their hands up. Oh my gosh, I'm going to post a black square, throw your hands in the air. All this white supremacy. Oh! Everyone, I'm going to take a knee for George Floyd. I'm so sorry. I gotta go. Thank you so much, Tempe City Council. We need to end white supremacy. Reparations, we need it right now. We need to tax the rich. Elon Musk, everybody, please. I can't do this anymore. I'm so sorry. I can't. Bye, everybody. Get vaccinated.
Thank you very much. The next speaker I have is Philip Yates. Please come forward, state your name and place of residence. You have 3 minutes. There he is. Good to see you.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, it's been a long time. For the record, my name is Philip Yates, and I am the president for the Riverside Neighborhood Association. The Riverside Neighborhood Association is directly east of where this project is being proposed. And the traffic in that area, excuse me, the traffic in that area will increase immensely. The noise from all of the planes is going to be unimaginable. The crime rate will increase. Over 270 events at the arena. Who's going to watch over the traffic? How many people are going to have to be hired in order for us to sustain that kind of area that people have to go to? New roads are going to have to be built. New sewers and plumbing that will need to be taken care of. A 30-year tax giblet that equates to $500 million to a billionaire that has a very sketchy past. Alex Murillo has a long history of legally binding bills that haven't been paid. California, Nevada, here, Arizona. Mr. Murillo has most recently been evicted from Glendale for not paying his monthly lease agreement. This is the last parcel of Tempe's city-owned property. Alex Murillo has referred to it as a toxic landfill that employs no one. This isn't true. There is no evidence of any toxic waste at this site. There are approximately 150 Tempe residents that are employed for the waste management. The city of Phoenix is suing the city of Tempe for its height. The Aircraft Owners and Pilots Association have assessed this as being a dangerous proposal. The FAA stated that this would create immensely higher noise. And we need to take all these things into consideration before we vote. Tempe voters need to vote no on 301, 302, and 303. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yates. Appreciate it. The next speaker I have is Leah McKiernan. Please come forward, state your name and place of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor Woods, City Council members. My name is Leah McKiernan. I'm a 17-year resident of the Pepperwood neighborhood in Tempe, Arizona. I'm a high school principal, a volunteer, and a concerned citizen who strongly opposes the approval for the use permit for Stogie's, a tobacco retailer at 925 Baseline Road on the corner of Baseline and Hardy. According to the CDC, tobacco use is the leading cause of preventable disease, disability, and death in the United States. In Arizona, 21% of high school youth reported currently using any tobacco product, including e-cigarettes and vapes. 8,300 Arizonans die from smoking-related illnesses each year. Tobacco retailers increase crime. An article in the National Library of Health states that spatial regression analyses confirm that tobacco shops are significantly positively associated with property and violent crimes after controlling for key neighborhood factors such as poverty, renters, resident mobility, ethnic and racial heterogeneity. Thus, the study finds provides the first empirical evidence that tobacco shops may constitute public health threats that associate with crime and violence. The proposed use permit will create a detrimental health environment, increase neighborhood crime, and is unwanted by the people in our community. These are 3 reasons that the use permit should have been denied in the original hearing. In 2017, a use permit for a tobacco store on Warner and McClintock was denied due to public feedback. This permit is 6 miles away from the current use permit location. This case had petition signatures and cited concerns around increased crime that is associated with tobacco retailers. This case is quite like ours, but with a very different result. Why the difference in outcome? Let's look at the data. According to the US Census, 85284 had a median income between 2017 and 2021 of $91,299. Its demographic is 68% white and 65% of homes are owner occupied. Our neighborhood in 85283 had a median income of $64,080, is more diverse, and only 39% of homes are owner occupied. Our neighborhood is not gated, but we deserve the same investment in wellness as the neighborhoods in other zip codes. Our neighborhood is more diverse, but we deserve our voices listened to. Over 100 community members have signed a petition opposing this use permit. Our neighborhoods may have lower owner occupancy, but we deserve to keep our homes safe. Please show us that all Tempe neighborhoods are treated with equity. Deny this use permit. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, next up here is Keith Shippey. Please come forward, state your name and place of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor Corey Woods and the City Tempe Council. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. My name is Keith Shippey. I've been a Tempe resident for 37 years and a resident of the Juniper Watson neighborhood right behind the location of the cell tower for 23 years. And I, like many of my neighbors, I oppose this as well. I'm not going to go into great detail because many of my neighbors have already eloquently given some really good reasons. The 2 things that I would like to add is just to provide an example on the aesthetics. An 80-foot tower in this space will dwarf everything around. It will be at least double the largest building in the area and more than triple most of the single resident homes and the school area that is right there. The second point I would like to make is, as a member of the Elder Council at Grace Community Church, we own the property and operate Gracie's Thrift Store just down the road here on Apache Boulevard. A few years ago, I led a committee to evaluate an installation of a similar type of a tower on the property. We ended up denying it because of the complexity of the licensing, legal, and right-of-way challenges that came around adding something like this to an existing property. And I think some of these large corporations end up taking unfair advantage and creating unnecessary complexity for small entities like a church that, without really understanding the implications of adding things like that with a large corporation, that ends up, maybe not at the moment, but at some point in the future, it creates real problems. Any opportunities that that church has to make changes to their property will end up being unnecessarily complicated because of having this facility there. So I oppose it. I ask that we not approve installing that tower. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. The next speaker I have is Caitlin Moriarty. Please come forward, state your name and place of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, council members. My name is Caitlin, and I'm a 5-year resident of Tempe, a public school teacher and an active AEA union member. I love the neighborhood I live in, which is the Riverside neighborhood. This neighborhood, that's the neighborhood that's being most impacted by these proposals. I've come to know and love my neighbors. I have local businesses I frequent by bike or walk to weekly. I truly love my community and all it does for its members. Now is the time to have full community buy-in, and this project, in my opinion, is not it. I do not own any property within the city of Tempe. I rent. However, an affordable housing crisis looms. State Representative Annalise Ortiz of LD24 shared a graphic recently the other day that outlines pretty much all of North Tempe as a major contributor to the eviction crisis and unaffordability. So why build the TED when a large piece of it contains luxury apartments? We cannot fill the apartments we currently have due to current rental rates, lack of affordable housing, and instead the promise of a workforce allocated housing, which by the way is a low percentage typically. If the city council wanted to do what is best for its citizens, it would think big picture and work on the revitalization of Mill Avenue. That's what this community wants and needs. Building a developer's pipe dream and then allowing them to potentially walk away after 30 years when the GPLET ends and then redevelop the 46-acre property, that's not really thinking big picture. As Randy Jackson said, it's a no from me and from the members of the community I represent. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. The next speaker I have is Michael Nuccio. Please come forward, state your name and place of residence. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Michael Nuccio. I am a Tempe resident for 25 years. I live just down the street at Southern and Mill, and I work at Hardy and Alameda. I am one of, I'm sure, a litany of Tempe residents with similar backgrounds that are going to be here today to talk about how we should vote no on Proposition 301 through 303. I could go into the Grand Canyon Institute study that showed that for every $2.70 that will be deposited into the fund that will pay for the development of the property, the city of Tempe will receive only $1 I guess the accountants doing the study for the city of Tempe, they forgot to consider something called, I forget, it's something how tax dollars appraise over time. But I digress. It's not a good deal for the city in that sense, but it's not a good deal for the city in very obvious sense. I look at the deserted ghost town of the Mill Avenue district, and I wonder why we are trying to set up something to compete with the Mill Avenue district just a stone's throw away. I hear about the benefit of having a new shopping center, and I wonder why we built that Tempe Marketplace in the first place. I look at the fact that there's 150 people employed at the, quote, landfill. It's more of a compost center. And I recognize that those people will have to have their jobs displaced at best, if not completely revoked. But my greatest concern, and I've also lived here long enough to know what the Cardinals did for traffic in the city. And I've lived here long enough to know what the ASU games do, what the certain Gammage events do for traffic. And I know for a fact what the Coyotes will do despite what the architects of the development have to say. But my most troubling aspect of this development is the obvious increase to rental rates and cost of living that will be applied to the city. It does not take a genius to know what every landlord and rental property owner will think when they know that they have a world-class entertainment district just a stone's throw away from their property. They will say, that'll be an extra $200 a month, please. And I've lived here long enough to have many of my friends be priced out of this city. I've lived here long enough to have a lot of my roots be destroyed because of these glittering developments adding to the cost of living in our city. And more specifically, I have parents that are disabled and very much have any independence of their own due to their living situation. And they are disabled. They are not the kind of people who can afford these luxury apartment complexes. And if they get priced out of this city, their independence will be destroyed. And there will be nothing about the TED that will help that situation. So not just for my friends, not just for my parents, for all the people that are getting up on the street because they can't pay for their new cost of living here, please vote no against this. We're all very scared of what's going to happen if this thing goes through. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
The next speaker I have is Tanya Palin. Please come forward, state your name and place of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor Woods, and thank you, City Council, for listening to my remarks. This is my very first time speaking at any public forum like this, so I find it a bit intimidating, so I'm a little bit nervous. I'm here to tell you tonight why I am voting no on Propositions 301, 302, and 303. I'm a registered voter in Tempe. I live at McClintock and Watson, and I'm also a public health researcher on air quality here in Arizona, and I'm a child of immigrants. Most importantly, however, I'm a renter in South Tempe. I join 56% of my neighbors who in this city pay rent to live. I can tell you, as a public health researcher, I worked during the COVID crisis, which is ongoing, by the way. And the number one question I had when I was a case investigator for COVID was, how can I get help with my rent? I know that this stadium, this world-class facility that we're building in Tempe, will increase rents. I hope that you're all paying attention to the everyday citizens like myself who have the courage to come and speak in the face of important political leaders, and also when there are people who are who are supporting this movement, who are sponsored by the Bluebird Development Company. They're here because they are paid to be, or they're sponsored by a very powerful company. I'm just here as a citizen telling you that this crisis of eviction is getting worse. And I don't know of any time in American history that a development company has helped in the long term, helped a community, helped people afford to live there. I think all of us in Tempe deserve, especially those of us who are renters, deserve to have a say in what happens. I'm grateful that we have this proposition on the bill, and I urge my fellow citizens to please vote no. Get your ballots in by May 9th. That's important. Thank you for your time tonight, and I appreciate you. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. All right. Next up, we have Tim Palmer. Please come forward, state your name and place of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, my name is Tim Palmer. I am a resident of Tempe. Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'd like to start off by a statement that was made by who I consider to be the best First Lady that's ever been in this country, Eleanor Roosevelt. She had to say, "Courage is more exhilarating than fear. In the long run, it is easier. We do not have to become heroes overnight, just one step at a time, meeting each thing that comes up, seeing it is not as dreadful as it appeared, discovering we have the strength to stare it down." The reason I'm here tonight is because I still am a one-issue resident of Tempe. This past Friday night, I had the privilege at approximately 6 o'clock to be on the corner of Broadway and Mill and Rural and Mill, or Rural and Broadway, and it was frightening. And, I am urging, I've been very active the last couple of months to urge residents of Tempe to vote no on 301, 302, and 303, because the city manager is not taking care of the problem of traffic safety in Tempe. And I understand that residents are being told that the resources are not available. And yet we are going after the coyotes, and we don't have the resources to keep our city safe, and yet it's going to get worse. 4 of you are up for re-election, and I can tell you that you have plenty of time between now and the election to make meaningful changes and opportunities to create change for traffic safety in Tempe. And I really urge the council to unify and direct our city manager to do the job of keeping Tempe safe. I thank you very much.
Thank you so much. The next speaker I have is Roberta Neal Miller. Please come forward, state your name and place of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I really appreciate being here tonight. I've never spoken to you before in this forum because I've really never felt the need. I always felt that Tempe had sober, serious, diligent leadership. I felt that our city council and our city leaders made decisions that were based on facts and data. I trusted Tempe to make the right decisions and to make the right decisions for all of the people in our city. I don't feel that way anymore. I really lost my faith, and I've lost my faith in you. And I lost my faith when you voted 7-0 to authorize the Coyotes Arena Development Project. I don't think it's a surprise to any of you, and certainly you, Mayor Woods, know that I'm going to be voting no on this project. And I am encouraging all of my friends and neighbors to do so as well. And I have been very actively involved with the Political Action Committee that has formed, which is, by the way, a grassroots neighborhood-based committee made up mostly of my friends and neighbors that has been formed to try to contest this development project. I'm here tonight, however, to remind you who you work for. I shouldn't have to remind you that you do not work for Mr. Morello. You do not work for the Coyotes. You work for me. You work for my friends. You work for my neighbors. I'm a 30-year citizen or tax-paying resident of the city of Tempe, a member of the Brentwood Cavalier neighborhood, the chair of the neighborhood association, and you work for me. And I might add, I have voted for each and every one of you at some point in time. And Councilwoman Hodge, I actually contributed to your last campaign when you ran for city council. But it seems to me you need to be reminded of this fact, because I cannot tell you how disappointing and disgusting it has been for me to watch you carrying water for a deadbeat billionaire who was kicked out of his prior arena in the city of Glendale, who is promoting a massive development project that will primarily line his pockets and result in a net financial loss to our city. You have treated the people like me opposing this project with contempt and dismissiveness. And you may say you don't believe that, but that is certainly the impression that you have given. You have, I've seen you, Councilwoman Hodge, dress down a constituent for merely expressing the fact that she was concerned about this council's decision. And
Ms.
you
Miller,
did not,
I'd give you another 30 seconds, but just to finish up.
you did not offer an apology, I might add. I've seen all of you add your voices to the rain of money that has been rained down upon our neighborhoods to silence the voices of the people, the citizens who are against this project. You're a disgrace. I will not vote for any one of you ever again. I look forward to voting against you. And I encourage all Tempe citizens to vote no on this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up is Thomas Zaworski. Please come forward, state your name and place of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor Woods, Council. My name is Tom Zaworski, and I'm a 30-year resident of Tempe. I'm here this evening to express my opposition to the Coyotes Arena and Development proposal. My wife and I moved here, like I said, 30 years ago. Tempe was a very different place. It was an easy decision for us to move here. Tempe had a great vibe, a great feel. Our neighborhood had a great feel. Tempe government placed its residents above everything else. The well-being, the consideration of the residents, keeping that special flavor of Tempe was paramount. And it was more important than development for development's sake. Unfortunately, we're at a point where I don't think that is true any longer. Recently, the Coyotes held a press conference at the Tempe Chamber of Commerce. Concerned residents were neither invited nor welcome. We were relegated to the perimeter of the property and threatened with arrest if we entered, merely for peacefully exercising our First Amendment right to express opposition to this boondoggle. Those who were welcome consisted of you, members of council, lawyers for the Coyotes and the city, and people in interest with buckets of money and influence. Also welcome were a fleet of ominous-looking blacked-out SUVs. I happened to watch as one pulled into the parking lot. The driver exited, went to the passenger's door, pulled out a handgun, shoved it in the back, small of his back waistband, and promptly walked up to the press conference. This gentleman, presumably affiliated with the organization, left with this fleet of SUVs when the meeting was over. Not before, however, photographing all of the residents who were there to express their opposition to this proposal. I oppose this development for all the well-known reasons. The deadbeat reputation of Alex Morello in Glendale and elsewhere, taxpayer-funded corporate welfare for a billionaire's private project, the inevitable spin-off sports betting establishments that will prey on the gold mine of college students' wallets, but also because it will change the essence of this community. By welcoming characters like Mr. Morello and the Coyotes organization, you have condoned their shady business practices and their gangster-like shows of force. You can be voted out of office. But if this boondoggle goes through, Tempe will be stuck with the Coyotes organization and their bullying tactics. Tempe residents will lose, this city will be irretrievably broken, and I urge you to vote no on 301, 302, and 303. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker I have is Darian Barrett. Please come forward, state your name and place of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, Council. My name is Darian Barrett. I'm a resident of Tempe. On April 10th, I received an email notice from Google itself stating on April 4th they received a legal process that was issued by the Tempe Police Department directing Google to produce records that are linked to my account. Within that email, there is 2 case numbers attached, 23-30960 and SW 2023-027487. I went to the Tempe Police Department after receiving this email, where I spoke with Detective Gomez on what these cases numbers pertain to. Gomez said he can't tell me anything about these case numbers because they're in active investigation. Gomez referred me to the PIO's email to find out what the case numbers pertain to. So I did just that and was given nothing but confirmation that 23-30960 is connected to the shooting that happened on March 17th. In Tempe at Broadway and 52nd Street. SW 2023-027487 is a search warrant of my Google accounts issued by Tempe PD to Google. Tempe PD is actively violating my Fourth Amendment rights because I didn't want to comply to their standards and provide them with video that was given to the family of the shooting victim, Jason. I told them to provide that video to the family, and Chief Montenegro wants to publicly shame me and other First Amendment auditors for filming the police. Chief, I want you to know, and you should be ashamed that you were intimidating a witness by filing the search warrant. I provided this evidence to the family. It's not. You gotta stop this. And I hope Kenneth McCoy is better than you.
Yep. Mr. Barrett, what's your face, just to make sure we can hear you, so.
Sonia Blaine, this is up to you too, because the department put this search warrant on me because I hold a video that I did not submit. So if I did not submit this video, it is not evidence. Why do I have a search warrant for my Google accounts if I didn't submit this as evidence? This is something the city needs to work on. You're going to continue to see my face. I'm going to continue to film the police, and I'm going to continue to hold them accountable. Montenegro, you could say what you want and try and say that we're trying to change the situation to antagonize the cop. But we worked to try and get this cop to pay attention and help this 5-year-old boy.
Thank you, Mr. Barrett. The next speaker I have is Jim Freedom. Please come forward, state your name and place of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Jim Freedom. I'm a resident of Earth. Last time I was here, I said a couple of cuss words and sent people into a frenzy. I'm not going to do that this time. I'm going to show you that I can speak for 3 minutes without swearing. I'm going to try to stay on my points. But my point today, my topic is freedom of speech because of that last interaction we had. It seems like we need a lesson on the basics here. So you can smile all you want, but we're going to go over it. I'm going to make you change the wording on those speaker cards because it's ridiculous. People should be allowed to be boisterous when they're redressing their government. It's just silly. Without the threat of violence, short of the threat of violence, no words should have any bearing on you stopping my time. That shouldn't happen. Shouldn't have my mic muted. When you restrict cussing during public comments, it not only discourages, but it discriminates against people. There are people that cuss as a regular part of their language, so especially when they're upset. The vast majority of people cuss when they're upset. So if you're expecting people to come up here, you heard about to get off point, but I'm not going to. Many people use it even in their regular speech, and you have no right to exclude those people from public comments solely based on the words that they're using, swear words. It's silly, it's ridiculous, it's a fundamental principle of freedom, and we're going to work on it. We exhibit respect and decorum for this entire meeting. We've been here for hours, all this time, and we've been showing respect and decorum for all of your proceedings, so it's not too much to ask to let us release a little bit of anger and vent a little bit with some cuss words for our 3 minutes that we get to be up here. It's not too much to ask. That's what I'm here to say. Next, if people can't feel like they can come in here to vent because they might use a cuss word and they might get arrested and charged with trespassing and all those other dangerous things you threatened us with before, then where do you think they're going to vent? They're going to vent in public on other people. They're going to vent on the bus and to the cash register people, to the inappropriate places that they shouldn't be. You should encourage people to come vent in here. You should be able to handle those words, and you should encourage it because, like I said, it'll discourage them venting in other places. Excuse me, my time's getting short. You'd be amazed how many people think I'm talking to a brick wall here. They think that you guys just sit here and listen just to put on the facade of freedom, like these people are losing faith in you. There's more. For every person that comes up to this podium and tells you that they're losing faith in you, I promise you there are thousands of people scared to come tell you that because of all your threats of violence for arresting us because if we use a cuss word. It's so hard for me right now. You have no idea how hard it is for me to go through all this without letting a cuss word slip. It's just who I am. I get excited. I swear sometimes. It happens, but I'm doing my best. Next week, last thing, I'll only take a few more seconds. I know I'm over time, but next week is going to be a test of freedom of speech. I am going to come back in here and I'm going to swear. I'm giving you warning right now. I'm going to swear a whole bunch. I'm going to give you all the worst words, and you're going to have a choice to either arrest me or show that you can be taught to respect our freedom and our authority over you. Those are your choices. You can have these guys. To the terrorists in the back of the room, you're going to be the ones expected
Mr. Freedom, your time is up. I'm sorry.
Okay, yeah, okay. Fair enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker I have is Emily Matias. Please come forward, state your name and place of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, good evening, everybody. My name is Emily Matias. I am a 30-year resident of Tempe. I live in the Maple Ash neighborhood, and I do oppose the Coyote Stadium for all the reasons that people have already been speaking about: the tax issues, the safety issues with traffic and with the airlines, and, well, also, the housing issues as well. But I'd like to take a little different path for a moment and give an idea for an alternative. That is an interesting piece of land there. It's right next to Tempe Town Lake, and it's also basically a riparian area. It's a natural area that's in the middle of our city here, which is an amazing thing. Cities across the country will go great lengths to have a bit of nature in the middle of them for people to recreate, for people to have good quality of life. and also to just meet people there and have a good time. So what I'm thinking is that a riparian park could be a great alternative. It would add to what Tempe Town Lake already is, and not only be a place for people to enjoy themselves, but it could also be an educational center. There's all sorts of migratory types of birds and animals that are attracted to this wetlands. It's in the middle of our city, and that would be a draw. That would be like a feather in our cap for our city here. It would be an amazing thing. It could also even be like a draw for students, for school children. And what if it was even like in conjunction with the botanical gardens, which is an amazing thing that we've got here. It's in Phoenix, but you know, Tempe could have a piece of that too. So that's what I wanted to say. I oppose the Coyote Stadium. I want something else that's for the people who live here, who have lived here for decades, like myself, and for newcomers. Something we can enjoy. That's what I'd like to see. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker I have is Scott Seeger. Please come forward, state your name and place of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council members. I'm here today to talk about the Crown Castle Tower. I live in Tempe. Address is 1225 East Lieber Drive, which happens to be directly behind the church. My property is the closest residence to the tower. I am a 40-year resident of Tempe. I moved to the Valley in 1983. I graduated in 1987 from McClintock High School. I've never left Tempe. This is my community, my home. My family purchased our current house with the intent that this is our last house. We've made some major investments in this property, and now I question if we're going to be able to realize those investments with a tower in our backyard. The use of our backyard and pool would be monopolized by such a massive tower. The value of our house and the houses around us are definitely going to be impacted. The tower is around 150 feet from our property. None of the other towers around us are that close to any residents. That's about all I have to say. I really appreciate your time and consideration, and please deny this. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The next speaker I have here is Catherine Del Rosario. Is Catherine here? Oh, yes, hi. Please come forward, state your name and place of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, Council and Mayor. My name is Catherine Del Rosario. I'm a resident at Tempe 85283. I'm speaking on behalf of the Crown Castle Tower, and as well as opposing of Prop 301, 302, and 303 from my other fellow Tempe neighbors. I'll start off with the tower. So the tower will go against the landscape of the area as an eyesore of the residents of South Tempe, specifically those who live near Lakeshore Drive and those who live in the La Tierra condominiums. I'm also a homeowner of the La Tierra condominiums. There is a charm of South Tempe that is meant for peaceful community and family living. And this tower will impact the simple beauty of South Tempe as we are trying to move away from the North Tempe arena that's happening. So to reiterate, the Desert Palm Church has stated that they will maintain the landscaping to keep the tower pleasing, but we do not even know how they will be held accountable on the upkeep of this tower and this landscaping. There are, again, no surrounding towers that are that high enough within that vicinity, and they should remain within Marcos de Niza. I'm also an alumni of Marcos Deniza High School of class of 2014, in which I have been a student asking for funding for many different clubs, and I see myself, advocating for that money to go to public school funding for the tower. So that revenue would generate help, that would generate for the public school funding. And we've noticed, again, from the prior council meeting that Crown Castle chose not to renew the rental agreement with Marcos Deniza, which is really upsetting, and that's where it should be suited for. Furthermore, the tower will cause property value to go down for the residents of La Tierra condominiums and those who live around it. So that's my first expression. Second expression, again, is to vote no for Prop 301, 302, and 303. It's already been mentioned before, but historically speaking, we know that stadiums have gentrified so many cities historically. We can look at it in Philly, the disappearance of Chinatown there with a stadium. So same thing here, the stadium being built here in Tempe will cause for more gentrification, higher rent increases. Again, we live in Arizona where it's a desert. Why are we having an ice rink here in Tempe when we've already know that there's not much water here in Arizona? How on earth can we even afford such, climate crises to continue happening? So again, just want to express my two issues going on here in Tempe, so thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker I have is Charles Anthony Seiler. Please come forward, state your name and place of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Charles Seiler. I live in the Sierra Tempe neighborhood. And I just wanted to say, since council sent the Tempe Entertainment District to voters, residents have felt a rising divisive tension. We've seen a once respected local attorney threatening and trying to intimidate local residents into silence by railing from this very podium, trying to deprive them of their clearly protected political speech through threats of a lawsuit. Even outside of here tonight, some man I've never seen before was yelling about his frustrations with this deal in a way that I found off-putting, but I don't know him, but I just know that people are hurting about this deal, and I'm sure even you all feel the frustrations coming from the community about this. So it's tearing a lot of people apart, and I feel bad about that for each of you. But you're also failing to stand up for your constituents as outsiders from the pro-Tempe Entertainment District campaign attack residents and your supporters with lies, many of them who have worked on your campaigns and partnered with you in different efforts in this community. When you've got highly engaged residents, people who are very active, telling you that this process has had less community involvement than changes to things like bike lanes and the surfaces of playgrounds, that should mean something. So it's really disappointing, and I feel bad that you all have lost the trust of so many supporters, and I feel sorry for how this deal has already changed Tempe without a shovel even hitting the ground. So I hope that the passionate and engaged residents will continue to stay that way, and who knows if any of this will heal, especially if this passes. I look forward to putting this risky, divisive deal behind us, and then working with you all to heal Tempe and move forward. So with that, I just want to encourage people to vote no and let us all move together forward as neighbors in the community that we all love. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The next speaker I have is Thomas Collins. Oh, A2? A1, okay. I will put this to the side here. And the last speaker card I have this evening is Joe Uhas. Nope. Okay. A1, okay. Got it. All right. That's all the speaker cards I have for this evening. Is there anyone else in the audience wishing to address the City Council? Please get my attention. All right. Seeing none, I will close that portion of the meeting. Mr. City Manager, you said you were also going to be delaying the River Bottom update to the next meeting?
That's correct. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, sir. All right, next up we then have item number 7, which is the consent agenda. All items listed on the consent agenda will be considered as a group and will be enacted with one motion by the City Council unless an item is removed for separate consideration. Members of the public may remove public hearing items for separate consideration. Public hearing items are designated as public hearing item at the beginning of the item title. Council members may remove any item for separate consideration or to declare a conflict of interest. If a council member would like to declare a conflict at this time, the city clerk will provide the council member with a disclosure form. If you wish to speak on a public hearing item, please fill out a speaker card and submit your completed card to the clerk prior to the agenda item coming forward for council discussion. I will call your name when it is your turn for public comment. The consent agenda this evening is listed as miscellaneous items 7A1 through 7A6, awards of bids and contracts 7B1 through 7B30, and resolutions items 7C1 through 7C4. Once again, any item designated as public hearing item can be removed by a member of the public for separate consideration. If anyone would like to have a public hearing item removed, please get my attention now. Seeing none, Madam Clerk, were there any comments received from the public wishing to address the City Council on a consent agenda public hearing item?
No additional cards.
Okay, thank you very much. Council, any other items that you'd like to remove from the consent agenda for separate consideration? Any council members on the phone wish to have anything removed?
No, Mayor.
Okay. All right.
No, Mayor.
Thank you very much. All right, then I will look for a motion to approve the consent agenda. It's been moved by Councilmember DeVar, seconded by, I think, Councilmember Chin. All right, I know she had the finger up before the voice came in, so you know what? We all communicate differently, so please vote.
Aye.
Thank you, and that item 7 passes unanimously 7-0. All right. We're going to move then. We're moving here, folks, I promise. Item number 8, non-consent agenda. All items listed on the non-consent agenda will be considered separately. Agenda items scheduled for introduction and first public hearing will be heard but will not be voted upon at this meeting. Agenda items scheduled for second public hearing and final adoption will be voted upon tonight. Council members who may have a conflict of interest may abstain from voting on a matter, and the city clerk will provide the council members with the disclosure form at this time. Quasi-judicial items are designated as quasi-judicial item in the item title. The City Council sits as a quasi-judicial body when hearing appeals. In this situation, the City Council must conduct itself as a court, not as a legislative body. Pre-meeting contact with the City Council on quasi-judicial matters is prohibited. Any materials or conversations concerning the item shall only be presented to the City Council at the scheduled public hearing. The first item under this section, and this is items 8A, I should say, miscellaneous items, bids, contracts, and resolutions. 8A1, which is to hold a public hearing for an appeal of the Development Review Commission's decision to approve a use permit to allow a tobacco retailer for stogies located at 925 West Baseline Road. The appellant is Brendan McKiernan. And once again, note this is a quasi-judicial item. Per the Zoning and Development Code, an appeal shall be limited to the issues raised in the petition, ZDC Section 6-803. Information not included in the petition is not to be considered. Tonight's public hearing is an appeal of the decision of the Development Review Commission to grant a use permit to allow a tobacco retailer for stogies located at 925 West Baseline Road. The appeal was filed by Brendan McKiernan and meets the legal requirements for an appeal under the ZDC. The original applicant is Antoine Mesrelian. Is the appellant Brendan McKiernan here to make a presentation? Yes, please come forward, sir.
And I have a PowerPoint as well. Cool, thank you. Thank you. Oh, wait. This one? This yeah, this one's not mine. This was.
That's the original applicants.
Yeah. There we go. That's me. Awesome. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and council members. My name is Brendan McKiernan, and I live in the Pepperwood neighborhood of Tempe. I've lived here since 2006. My wife, who's a Sun Devil, and I have 2 young kids in the Tempe Public Schools. I'm a Girl Scout dad, a community volunteer, and a Tempe businessman. My office is on Broadway and the 101. I am here on behalf of the community today to appeal the Development Review Commission's approval for a permit for Stogie's Tobacco Store on Baseline and Hardy. We'd like to ask you to consider two things. The first thing is that the commission did not have complete or accurate information when it voted. The Stogie's presenter was Mr. DeHabra, but the owner's names listed on the Tempe permit application and the Arizona Secretary of State registration are Mr. Masrelian and Mr. Bustani. Their main selling point that he stated emphatically several times to the commission was that Stogie's is a high-end, upscale, responsible business dedicated to eliminating commonly held stigmas associated with tobacco stores, revolutionizing the professionalism of tobacco stores. And they stated they have never had any judgments or violations, that they have the very highest standards when it comes to legal compliance and accountability. They showcased the Stogie's store in Calabasas, California as an example. They cited its high-end environment, and especially its ID verification system, where the register can only unlock with a valid ID. But from an online search, we couldn't find any records connecting Mr. DeHabra or the applicants to the store they showcased in their testimony. That store isn't called Stogie's, it's called Tobacco Royale. And a Los Angeles County filing, a fictitious business name statement, indicates that since 2020, Tobacco Royale was owned by a corporation called Malibu Canyon Tobacco, which is owned by somebody named Sean Yunan, who sold the Tobacco Royale last November to the current owner, who's Gokul Pudyal. I apologize for the pronunciation. So the applicants don't appear to be connected to the store that they associated themselves with in their testimony to our city's Development Review Commission. But even if they were associated, Tobacco Royale isn't the high-end, high-standards operation they described in the commission. This PowerPoint slide was part of Stogie's presentation, showing appealing photos of the humidor. These next slides are recent photos of Tobacco Royale's storefront, and it looks like every other tobacco store with the same qualities that Stogie's says it's committed to eradicating. Iron gates on the windows, signage appealing to youth, and unfortunately, a target for break-ins. Sorry. More importantly, they claimed that the register can't unlock without a valid ID. They said, quote, "The new register only unlocks with a valid ID. So without an ID, ladies and gentlemen, members of the commission, you cannot buy a product from our store." But on March 2nd, two people, a half hour apart, entered the store, requested a pack of cigarettes, inserted their credit card into the standard point-of-sale terminal, were handed the cigarettes, and left. No ID was requested, and no ID was needed to make the transaction. And I have written and signed statements from both of these supporters here. This is especially significant because the commission chair cited the lock feature as a reason in his decision to support the permit request. The chair said, quote, "This is the first time we've had somebody who came in and pitched the notion of checks for everyone. If I'm a 50-year-old and I go in there, the register's not gonna not gonna work unless I put my ID in front. So I like that. Maybe a rising tide will lift the other 150 some boats in our market," unquote. But it's not true. We did find records that appear to be associated with the applicants, though. One of the applicants, Mr. Bustani, as you can see on the slide, was the subject of a tobacco-related trademark infringement and counterfeiting lawsuit that he settled just a few days before they testified to the Development Review Commission. The other applicant has a court record for the sale of unstamped cigarettes. Granted, we all make mistakes and move on and can own and run a business. The point here is that this is not the character nor the standard that they described and sold to the commission. There are a few other inconsistencies that seem small, but considered with the others, they call into question Stogie's overall claims of operational integrity. The spokesman submitted public comments through the city's online process, and he said that he was a resident of Tempe. A copy of his comment, which is on page 532 of your packet, but when asked at the hearing for his address, he stated that he lives in Northridge, California. The spokesman was asked by a commissioner if his other stores, quote, operate under Stogie's in California, and is that going to be your name of your business? And he said, quote, our name of business, yes, indeed. But as we've said, the store they showcased is not called Stogie's, it's called Tobacco Royale. And the other stores owned by the applicants are called Exotic Smoke and Vape and XXL Distro. The presenter also stated that, quote, in the entire city of Calabasas, we are the only trusted, there's not another single retail tobacco store in the entire city of Calabasas that has licensed tobacco and non-tobacco product stores permitted to operate in the entire city. But Calabasas city staff report shows that 14 tobacco retailers are licensed there, and the license doesn't differentiate between retailers who also sell non-tobacco products. Small things, maybe, but misleading and not factual. Taken together, this is not the picture of a high-end, high standards, high integrity operation that I believe the commissioner voted for in a split vote without having this information. The second thing I'd like you to consider is that the commission felt its hands were tied, that they had no basis to deny the permit since the applicants loosely met the 4 criteria in the ordinance. But the code contemplates the use of judgment based on more than the 4 criteria. The ordinance says that, quote, in arriving at the determination, the following factors shall be considered, but not limited to, unquote. The commission isn't required to approve a permit simply because the 4 criteria is met. They're directed to consider other factors. And I would ask that the city council members consider these other factors in the decision: public health policies and public opposition. Because of its location, the proposed store runs especially counter to public health policy and goals. The state of Arizona, Maricopa County, the city of Tempe, the Tempe School District, they're all making investments in programs to limit kids' exposure to tobacco advertising and to prevent kids from starting smoking. And the city's code's purpose and intent, as you know, of course, its purpose includes a quote, the promotion of public health, safety, aesthetic, and welfare, unquote, among other factors. This store could not be more prominently located on the corner of a main road into a residential area, the driving and walking route to 2 elementary schools 1,800 feet away, down the block from a school bus stop, and right at a public bus stop that's used by high school kids. Now, no matter how well operated, the fact is that the goal of a tobacco vape store is to promote tobacco and vape use and sell tobacco and vape products. And the neighbors in this community clearly don't want a tobacco store sited at this location. I have a petition here signed by over 100 neighbors who are opposed to siting a tobacco store at this location, and 18 people called in or wrote with lengthy comments for our February 14th commission hearing. Additionally, in 2017, the city's Development Review Commission denied a use permit for a tobacco store in the McClintock-Warner neighborhood with strong similarities to this case. This permit at Warner and McClintock was denied mainly based on public opposition. Our community feels that we deserve the same treatment and that the Stogie's use permit should be denied as well. Baseline and Hardy is a more diverse neighborhood with a larger presence of a minority and lower income residents, the population that's already disproportionately affected by tobacco marketing and tobacco use. The applicants even cited this in their letter of explanation. They said that they want to, quote, provide a product highly consumed by the demographics surrounding. Lastly, the prospect of the neighbors' concerns being addressed by Stogies is not promising. While addressing our community's concerns in the last commission's hearing on February 14th, this is what they said. We've heard the concerns of the community. Not only do we agree with them, but we actually, in hindsight, believe that they're actually supporting Stogies because of how we're going to preserve the community values. He said, like many of the comments, we too agree with them, and like I said earlier, I believe that their opposition is actually support of Stogies if they knew, which I'm here to explain to them, who we are. And then he said, again, I think the opposition is more so a support for Stogies than it is an opposition, because we're everything that they've actually dreamed of for tobacco, one that preserves and respects the community at large. I understand their concerns, but please, Commission, understand. Their opposition is pretty much a support for what Stogies stands here today and has revealed itself to be. Make no mistake about it, we do not support Stogies, nor do we want them in our neighborhood. The Pepperwood neighborhood, Baseline and Hardy neighborhood, Casa Fiesta neighborhoods, and community members from all over Tempe ask that you will support this appeal and deny this permit application. Thank you all for allowing me to speak.
Thank you so much, Mr. McKiernan. Appreciate it. All right, let's see. Next up, I need to go to the original applicant, Antoine Mazrelian, to also make a presentation.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Antoine Mazrelian. I'm the original applicant of Stogies Group. We have 3 tobacco retailers in California currently, and we are expanding to Arizona. We have a store in downtown Phoenix right now. We just currently opened 2 months ago, and we're trying to plan on opening in Tempe. Sorry, I'm not a good speaker. I didn't expect to come all the way here, but we're here. So as he was showing these pictures, yeah, we got broken into the other, like 1 month ago. And that's my partner, Gokul Purial, he stated. But one thing he didn't find online is we didn't sell it to any minors. So that's always our goal. We want to stay in business. We do not like to sell to minors. Also in California, when you sell to minors, you have a 3-strike rule. Once you have 3 violations, your tobacco license will go away. This is off the topic, but I encourage you guys to do something like that to have other retailers not do the same mistakes. If you don't have any consequences, people are gonna keep selling to minors. That's one thing we don't like to do, sell to minors. I think that's the #1 concern for all the residents here, and they have a valid point, but we are here to sell to adult users. We don't like to sell to kids. And we do have the system. You have to scan the IDs, make sure everybody is 21 and over. And also, we have high quality products, high quality stores. We don't like to make it look ugly. Yeah, the picture looks ugly because we got broken into. That's something out of my hand. But I'm just trying to do business here. Tobacco is a legal business. There's nothing illegal we are selling in this store. So I don't see why there's a big problem. And also, if you guys need any help with the tobacco industry, I've been in 15 years. I can help you guys get rid of these problems. So I think you guys should give some penalties to people selling to minors instead of a small little fee. So all the other retailers could be on board too. So we won't have this problem for the kids getting these vapes and tobacco products. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, let me see here. I'm going to open up the public hearing portion. I know we had a couple of folks who deferred their comment cards for this section. So the first speaker I have here would be Thomas Collins. You've got 3 minutes to address the council.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. Mr. City Manager. My name is Thomas Collins. I am a resident of Tempe. I'm actually a resident of the Warner and McClintock neighborhood. My family's lived there since 2001. I personally have lived there since about 2016. I've lived in Tempe off and on since 1992. When Mr. McKiernan and Ms. McKiernan talked about what happened in 2017 and the hearing we had in front of the commission, their description was precisely correct. And the reason I'm here today is because it is important to me as a resident of Tempe and a resident of South Tempe that when we make decisions about variances, when we make decisions where the burden's on the applicant, that they be done equitably and with notions of equal protection for everyone in this community. And so to me, to see these two cases line up side by side, very similar facts, a lack of maybe disclosure on the part of the would-be retailer, the proximity to schools, the saturation of the market. Those were the same factors that the commission considered in our case. And we were supported by our neighborhood just like the McKiernans are, and we had opposition. And so I think it's incumbent on myself and certainly on behalf of my family that was involved in that to say, look, these decisions ought to be made fairly. Like cases ought to be treated in a like manner. That's the reason why I think many of us care about the city of Tempe. That's the reason why we all choose to live in a community that is diverse and does, and I've heard here tonight, a lot of just in our conversation, the South Tempe and North Tempe conversation happening all around us, right? That's a part of the parlance of what our discourse in this community has become, and I'm here to say that as a South Tempe resident, I really want to talk about all of Tempe, and I want all of Tempe to feel like one community under one set of laws, one set of rules, where everybody can predict the outcome of those rules based on the precedents. And so I would encourage you to support Mr. McKiernan and his appeal. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. The next speaker I have is Joe Uhas. Please come forward. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. My name is Joe Uhas. I'm a resident of Phoenix. I'm here on behalf of the Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids and the Tempe Flavors Coalition. When the McKiernans and their neighbors in the Pepperwood community contacted me, they were aware of the fact that for the past 18 months, I have come before you on behalf of our coalition of 50 organizations, Tempe Union High School District, Big Brothers Big Sisters. I won't go down the list. You've heard it before. Urging you to address the issue of the increasing use of tobacco by our kids. Now, it's said that the first casualty of war is the truth. And believe me, the truth is once again being attacked tonight because our kids are being targeted by the tobacco industry. The tobacco industry is conducting a war. Now, you've heard me say in our 9 previous public meetings before this body and committees of this body, the truth. You've heard the other side, the tobacco industry, talk about e-cigarettes being a preferred product over tobacco, or that tobacco sales are actually down among kids, or that we check all IDs in Tempe when the fact is 53% of tobacco retailers have been cited for selling products to kids. Well, tonight you're seeing, again, another example of that, because that's the nature of this industry. Truth be damned, it's about our commercial interests. We don't know the name of this company because the application that they submitted to the city, what was testified and what has showed up on evidence that was presented to you tonight doesn't jive. We don't know who the ownership is. We have a name of an applicant on an application. We have someone else who testifies. We have different names on the business documents, again, of those operations in California. We don't know about residency. Are they Tempe residents as they claim? Or are they California residents as was appeared on the application? We hear about some super duper ID system wasn't functioning when our volunteers went into the store. And we hear about upscaled practices, which clearly that picture demonstrates is not the truth. Now, this applicant is frankly indicative of the new invasive species that's coming to Tempe. This industry is being driven out of California because flavored tobacco products are illegal now, not just simply by statute, but by the vote of the people of California. They come to Tempe because Tempe is open for business. They come to Tempe because the Development Review Commission gave them license to set up shop, taking verbatim, again, the testimony that was provided, which again you see tonight, simply wasn't true. So you have an opportunity tonight to use this as an example and demonstrate action that, again, we have been encouraging for the past 18 months to stand up to big tobacco and those who peddle their products, to choose public health over the commercial interest of this industry, to put kids first. So again, we're here tonight joining lockstep with the Pepperwood community, asking you to reverse this decision by the DRC. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, next up here, is there anyone else in the audience wishing to address the council this evening? If so, please get my attention. All right, seeing none, I will close the public hearing portion. Let's see. Does the appellant, Mr. McKiernan, do you want to make any other statements? I know you're allowed the opportunity for a response to public comments and a summary statement as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. So I would just like to point out that the fact remains that Mr. DeHabra, when he made his original presentation, represented that their California stores were named Stogies, which they're not, that Calabasas store was associated with the 2 permit applicants and himself, he's not, that it was an upscale store, like what they planned for Baseline and Hardy, you saw pictures, that the store was unique in being the trusted only licensed tobacco store in Calabasas, which it's not, that they've never had any legal issues, which we've seen, that it has an ID verification system that will not allow the register to open unless a valid ID is scanned. The commission based its approval of the Stogies permit on this information, and it is not accurate. An inaccurate picture was presented to a regulatory body of the city of Tempe. The decision should be reversed and the permit should be denied. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, and the original applicant here, Mr. Mesrelian, you are also offered an opportunity to make a summary statement.
Yes, to clarify things, Mr. Peter DeHabra, he's my manager in California, and he was moving here, and we have an apartment in Tempe also. He moved in Tempe. That day, I couldn't be here for family emergencies, or else I would have been presenting myself. The Calabasas store, he made a mistake. Our name is Stogies in Arizona. We filed for Stogies in Arizona. I believe he answered the question wrong. So I have all the proofs that I have the ownership of Calabasas store if you need. He found XXL distro on his thing of Gokul Puria, what he found on Tobacco Rail. I'm his partner also on the XXL distro. So I can prove everything on those points. But other than that, also they gave us a 6-month provision. So if we do anything bad in 6 months, they're going to revoke our license already. So we have a choice to show ourselves. And then also I encourage the city also to be stricter on the tobacco violations. So the residents shouldn't have this problem. And the adults that want to use these tobacco products can go to a store and buy it safely and legally. And I encourage all tobacco stores not to sell to kids. It's ruining the business. It's not for kids. It's for adults 21 and over, and we don't plan to selling to any kids. I think that's the main reason for here today. So thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. Quick question, Madam City Attorney. Since this is a quasi-judicial matter, I know it's been a long time since we've actually done one of these, and we have 2 this evening. My question is, I want to know, I guess, what we are allowed as a sort of a judicial body this evening. What are we allowed to consider in this decision? Would you answer that question, or would it be a member of our community development team?
Mayor, I would prefer not to give you legal advice.
Oh.
Because it's not appropriate for me to do so in this setting.
Okay.
Community development folks can certainly provide you the advice that you need on the process.
Okay, that sounds good.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. So I guess Jeff, Ryan, can either of you give us a little bit of guidance here on what we are allowed to consider this evening in making this decision?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor Woods, council members. So before you tonight, you have an appeal of the Development Review Commission's decision to approve a use permit. In this case, a petition was filed, and within that petition, there are arguments for approving an appeal which would overturn the DRC's decision. You can act upon that appeal based on the petition's arguments provided by the appellant tonight, and or you can also address your decisions making based on the use permit approval criteria identified in the Zoning and Development Code. And that includes items such as any significant increase in vehicular or pedestrian traffic, any nuisance arising from the emission of odor, dust, gas, noise, vibration, smoke, heat, or glare at a level exceeding that of ambient conditions, contributions to the deterioration of the neighborhood or to the downgrading of property values, which is in conflict with the goals, objectives, or policies for rehabilitation, redevelopment, or conservation as set forth in the city's general plan. Compatibility with existing surrounding structures and uses, and adequate control of disruptive behavior both inside and outside the premise. Those are the basic findings by which standard use permit provisions are applied in terms of the criteria. And you can also identify any additional or special conditions that you feel may be appropriate if you were to maintain this use permit.
Thank you, Ryan. Appreciate it. Anyone have any questions from council for Ryan before he sits down? Okay, hearing none.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. Appreciate it. I'm just looking at these right now. I've got a question, I guess, Madam City Attorney, but I do wonder if it's tantamount to legal advice, and that's so would you prefer that I asked this question, or would you prefer that I asked if we could adjourn to executive session?
Mayor, I can't give you legal advice in this setting, but we certainly have the ability as agendized to adjourn for a brief discussion privately in exec session.
Okay. Thank you, Madam City Attorney. I unfortunately, obviously, cannot make motions, but if there's anyone on council who'd be willing to entertain that, I'm just looking for maybe 5 to 7 minutes. Okay, what's been a motion by Councilmember Navarro?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Hodge. Any other further comments or questions? All right, seeing none, let's go here and kind of pull up the voting screen. No?
You can do a voice vote.
I can do that, actually. You got it. Thank you, Kara. All right, I'll just do a voice vote here. So this is a motion to adjourn to executive session. Councilmember Chin?
Aye.
Councilmember Navarro? Aye. Councilmember Hodge?
Aye.
Councilmember Keating? No. Councilmember Garland?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adams?
Aye.
Okay, and that item passes 6-1. We are adjourned to executive session. We'll be back in about 5-10 minutes.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Promise that would be short. So we're going to go ahead and reconvene the Tempe City Council regular council meeting. We are currently on item 8A1. And so we've got a few options here. And I'll read these out just to make sure that people understand them. Item number 1, option 1, I should say, is to approve the appeal of the DRC's decision and find in favor of the appellant and effectively deny the use permit. Number 2, deny the appeal of the DRC's decision and effectively allow the use permit with the conditions adopted by the DRC. Option 3 is deny the appeal of the DRC's decision with modified or added conditions. Item 4, continue to a future date certain, requesting additional information before making a final decision. Or 5 is remand back to the DRC for further consideration on the use permit issues. Does anyone have a motion?
Mayor?
Yes, Councilmember Keating?
I motion we approve the appeal of the DRC's decision.
Okay. So Councilmember Keating
I'll
has...
second.
Okay, so Councilmember Keating made a motion to approve the appeal of the DRC's decision and effectively deny the use permit. It was that second from Vice Mayor Adams?
Yes, it was.
Okay. All right, so it's been moved by Councilmember Keating and seconded by Vice Mayor Adams. Are there any further comments or questions? All right, seeing none, please vote.
Aye.
And that item passes 7-0, the appeal of the DRC's decision, and that effectively denies the use permit. All right. The next item under this section is 8A2, which is to hold a public hearing for an appeal of the Development Reviews Commission's decision to deny a use permit for a new co-locatable 80 feet high wireless telecommunication facility on Mono Elm for Crown Castle, 829442 Desert Palm Church, located at 1230 East Guadalupe Road. The original applicant and appellant is Campbell A&Z LLC. Once again, this is another quasi-judicial item. Per the Zoning and Development Code, an appeal shall be limited to the issues raised in the petition. ZDC Section 6-803, information not included in the petition is not to be considered. Tonight's public hearing is an appeal of the decision of the Development Reviews Commission to deny a use permit to allow a new co-locatable 80 feet high wireless telecommunication facility for Crown Castle, 829442 Desert Palm Church, located at 1230 East Guadalupe Road. The appeal was filed by the original applicant, Campbell A&Z LLC. I'd like to see if the appellant and original applicant, Campbell A&Z LLC, a representative, is here to make a presentation.
There's a clicker there that you can use to advance your slides. If you'd like. Good evening. I'm Mike Campbell. I'm a consultant for Crown Castle. I reside in Peoria. Thank you for the opportunity to present here this evening, Mr. Mayor and members of council. I'm here to introduce two of our representatives who will be handling the presentation for our appeal. Kim Allen with the Wireless Policy Group, LLC. It's a land use entitlement group. And Stephen Kennedy with the Wabcoast Consultants is our RF specialist. And I'll turn the podium over to Kim. I will be available for any questions you may have during the process.
Good evening, Mayor Woods, members of the City Council. My name is Kim Allen. I'm with the Wireless Policy Group, and I will be representing Crown Castle in this appeal today. We're appealing the DRB denial of use permit PL 220292. This is an application for a proposed wireless facility to be located at 1230 East Guadalupe Road on an 80-foot concealed Mono Elm tower, and it is a replacement facility for the current Crown facility at the nearby Marcos Deniza High School, where they have a facility hosting AT&T and T-Mobile on a ball field light fixture that is also 80 feet tall. So it is a like-for-like replacement of an existing site. Relocating this site to the church site will protect the residents and first responders and businesses of this area by providing uninterrupted and reliable wireless service without gaps in the network's integrity. A little bit about Crown Castle. They are not a carrier. They are an infrastructure company, and they manage the facility and operate the facility on the Stealth Ball Field Light wireless facility that's currently at Marcos Deniza High School. It has been there for 20 years. It subleases space on that structure and on the ground, currently to T-Mobile and AT&T. And again, I want to emphasize that this is a replacement site for the high school site. It's not going to be a new cell tower, an additional cell tower for the neighborhood. Now, Crown Castle operates and owns approximately 40,000 cell towers across the nation and hosts 91,000 carrier installations. Crown's extensive infrastructure includes fiber and small cells as well. And I can't emphasize enough that the existing site is a critical component in both the AT&T and T-Mobile existing networks today, and providing continuity, emergency 911 call services. Also, AT&T is the sole nationwide provider for FirstNet, which is a dedicated network for first responders where they get priority and preemption in the event of a national emergency or a local or national emergency. So that will, the new site will also host FirstNet for AT&T as well. And also, by allowing the replacement site, it will allow continuity of both of these networks in this neighborhood. So this is just an overview to orient you to the slides to come. Oh, let me go back. I'm missing a slide. There we go. This is an aerial view of the area. The labeled antenna site would be the new antenna site, the new facility at the church. And then also, looking at the slide, views 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 are the photo simulations to follow. Those are the locations that the photographs were taken. So here we have existing view number 1, looking south from East Lieber Drive. You'll see in the foreground a fenced equipment area currently at that location. And then looking at the picture to the right, that's the simulation of what the Mono Elm facility would look like from that vantage point. Existing view number 2, looking southeast from South Lakeshore. You have a field and some foliage and some buildings in the background. And then looking at the proposed view, you see also the addition of the Mono Elm facility, but also the equipment area, which will have an 8-foot CMU wall around it that would be painted and textured to match the church itself. Existing view 3 is looking northeast from South Lakeshore. And again, you see some vegetation in the background. You also see some vegetation in the foreground and the Mono Elm. And proposed view number 4, looking north from East Guadalupe, you note that there's existing vegetation that will obscure a large portion of this facility from view and help it to blend into the environment at this location. And the same with proposed view number 5. This is looking north from East Guadalupe Road. Again, existing vegetation is somewhat mature in this area and will help obscure at least a portion of the facility from view of the neighbors. And then we did want to give you a site plan to orient you as to where we are proposing the facility on the church lot. This is oriented looking north, so the facility is in the northwest corner of the church property. The fenced equipment area, or walled equipment area, is to the north, and the tower tree is immediately to the south of that. And then also, I would like to call your attention to the fact that in the dots within the clouds at the north and the south end, those are additional landscaping that is being proposed for the site. 31 Chinese elms, or 33 Chinese elms, excuse me, proposed for the north and south perimeters of this at the request of staff. So on February 28th, at the Development Review Committee hearing, Mike Campbell presented and outlined the scope of the project. Several individuals, you've heard from some of them this evening, presented testimony in opposition to it, and they highlighted a few items. One was the desire for the rent from the existing facility to continue to go to the school district. The other one was that concerns that the relocated facility at the church would have adverse health impacts on neighboring residents. And here I'd like to caution you that federal law, and specifically the FCC, has preempted local decision makers from considering adverse health effects from cell towers in making a decision to deny an application. So that testimony is something that the council should disregard because it's beyond the scope of their decision making here. There was concern that the facility would be visible due to its height, It is exactly the same height as the ball field light structure. However, the big shiny bristly antennas in 2 separate racks that are on the ball field light right now with the mono elm design are obscured. They are covered with foliage that is permeable by radio frequency, and so will provide much reduced visual impact than the existing ball field light. And I'd also like to emphasize that the existing ball field light is only 1,074 feet away from the proposed site on the church. So there is an 80-foot tower already in the neighborhood, as well as a few others on the school property as well. And then we heard generalized concerns that you heard tonight, that there would be an adverse impact on property values. In federal case law, you need to have something more than just a fear that your property values might decrease. And before the DRC and before this council tonight, you've heard no testimony, no expert testimony about how any of these individual properties that will have a view of this mono elm would be impacted by having the mono elm there. And also, in some of the public testimony that's already in the record, there was some discussion of studies that said that within 3,000 feet that a cell tower would, impact property values adversely. Well, they already have cell towers within 1,074 feet of this neighborhood as well. It's not moving very far, and Mr. Kennedy will explain why we can't move it very far because of the existing networks that it supports. So in the DRC decision, the deliberations were about subjects that were not part of the criteria for approval for a use permit for a cell tower. One commissioner, Commissioner Forte, and this is found at 1 hour and 2 minutes on the tape, he stated he would not vote to approve the project without full disclosure of the details of the negotiations and the financials between the applicant and the school district. He specifically wanted to know the dollar value of the rent of the existing lease versus the proposed lease. Other commissioners said that the tower at the high school should remain in service instead of the church site, and that the applicant should go back and negotiate harder and continue negotiations with the school district. Another commissioner stated she did not believe that the proposal was really a stealth facility, so she could not support the application. That commissioner did not explain why she thought that this was not stealth or what the rationale was for it. Clearly, it's not a cell tower. It's designed to look like a tree and is also going to be landscaped to add additional tree infrastructure to the property. And then one commissioner, Commissioner Spears, recognized that the disclosure of the negotiations with the school district was not germane to any of the approval criteria and for a use permit, and she said that she would vote to approve the project. So in the final vote, it was a 6-1 decision to deny the application. So in the previous application, you heard about that the appellant is required to outline the errors that they are appealing from the decision below. And in your packets and on this slide, we have outlined the errors that we feel are germane here. One is that the record before the commission just did not contain substantial evidence to support the denial. The staff recommended approval of the application. All the criteria were met. The applicant demonstrated that the facility is needed to continue a 20-year run of uninterrupted service by 2 major carriers in this neighborhood. Also, there was substantial evidence that the 5 approval criteria in section 6.08 for a use permit were satisfied. The application, the staff report, the staff recommendation, the staff presentation to the DRB, the applicant's presentation to the DRB all contain specific identifiable evidence of compliance with the criteria for the use permit. We heard about from one commissioner that he wanted to know about the underlying lease negotiations and what was going on there. Again, your code does not require a disclosure of negotiations between a private party and a landlord in order to obtain a use permit here. Crown sought to extend the lease at the high school, but could not arrive at commercially operable terms acceptable to its tenants with respect to access and length of lease term. The school has proven to be a difficult location for the tenants, for AT&T and T-Mobile, for a couple of reasons. One, it's a high school, and the facility's on a sports field. And so our tenants have a lot of difficulty accessing that facility to modify it, upgrade it, maintain it. They have to arrange to do it at times when the field's not in use and when school's not in session. Well, that takes, I mean, people play football on it during the day, they play football on it after school, football games are on the weekends, so there's a very limited window of when they can operate on this particular facility. So that was something that our tenants expressed that they couldn't continue with. The other thing is the length of the lease term offered by the school district. They were only willing to offer 5 years. Well, cell tower leases are 20 years, and there's a reason for that, because the carriers design their networks relying on the fact that they're going to be at that location for a long time, and that location will interface with the other locations in their network, and that they can rely on it. So the 5-year term was a non-starter with the tenants as well. So moving on to Arrow 4, your development code on wireless facilities is very short and lacks a lot of detail. It's very high level. There are very few requirements in it. But one of the things it does not require is that the appellant or the applicant demonstrate that there are no other locations with less visual impact. Only that efforts be documented of the attempt to reduce the visual impact at the proposed site. And there was a lot of discussion at the DRC level about why the high school site was better and why we should go there instead. But that's not the showing that's required to be made under your code. Under your code, we have to show how we've mitigated the visual impacts at the location that we're proposing in the application. And the application that we submitted contained extensive additional landscaping with 33 new Chinese elms at the proposed site, which I understand has been degraded over time and has lost landscaping. So, and we also attempted to reduce the visual impact by using the mono elm design, which will completely conceal the antennas as opposed to having them out there glaring and shining for the public to see. Your zoning or your development code for wireless also does not require that applicants consider alternative locations for new towers other than available co-location opportunities on existing wireless facilities. So we are on the facility at the high school, and we did negotiate in good faith, and we're unable to arrive at terms that the two tenants on the tower would accept and could work with. So your code, though, does not require that we go outside and look at other locations to build a new tower as part of the burden of demonstrating that we're entitled to a use permit. The commission also erred in finding that the proposal is not a stealth facility. It's interesting that your development code doesn't require that a new tower be stealthed. It is, however, an informal policy of staff to request that new tower applications employ a stealth design. And so that's why we selected that design. It was also selected because the city of Tempe had approved a virtually identical site on a church property at the Nazarene Church on Rural Road in 2021. So having had that design validated, as it were, in a very similar setting, that was the design that we chose, and that was the design that staff ultimately recommended approval of. And so, except for the Nazarene Church was 85 feet instead of 80 feet, so it was a little bit taller. But that was the thinking behind choosing this particular method of stealth. And finally, there's no evidence of site-specific evaluation that would be a loss in value to any of the surrounding properties attributable to the mono elm stealth facility. There's no expert testimony that has been presented that the surrounding properties would be downgraded at all in value. Generalized testimony from neighbors expressing a belief that they may lose value is insufficient evidence to support a denial of the application under federal law. And also, it's important to keep in mind that this neighborhood already has cell towers. This neighborhood includes the high school. You can see the high school and the ball field light towers from the church. So this is not a brand new tower going into a neighborhood that doesn't have any towers. In fact, this is a much better looking tower that's replacing a less better looking tower of equal height. So efforts at co-location. As I said, the Crown negotiated in good faith with the school district, and we could not arrive at terms that would offer an extended lease term and a better access process, because there is, in addition to having to schedule work outside of school hours and school activities, there was also a significant per visit charge that the school district imposed as well, every time that work had to be done on the site. So at the end of the day, the site was not commercially operable from the tenants' perspectives, and it had been something that had been brewing for a while, that they had observed. And then Crown did, though, consider other locations for co-location on existing structures, and would not work for the reasons shown on the map here. Going from kind of the top, we look at the elementary or junior high schools, and they just don't have enough verticality. They're low buildings. They would not be able to replace an 80-foot set of antennas, or 75 is where the T-Mobile mobile antenna top is. And then moving clockwise, there is a monopole at the high school as well at that location, but it's a Sprint cell tower, and Sprint is no longer operating as a wireless carrier. They went out of business when they merged with T-Mobile, and so they will not be operating the tower, and that tower is being decommissioned. I think it's also shorter too. I think it's 57 feet. It's not as tall as the 80-foot tower. And then the moving down, the next location is, of course, the existing site, and for the reasons outlined, that's not workable. And then going down to the south, we looked at SRP poles. A couple of problems with those. One, they're pretty far away. They're over a mile away. So they're not really set up to solve for replacing the coverage that is at the school site right now. And then the other problem with those poles is that the owners of those poles don't allow antennas above 40 feet on those towers. So we would not be able to achieve the 80-foot height to replace the coverage that is going today, that's been there for 20 years. So that site was not it wouldn't work. We looked at a rooftop at 6408 South McClintock. Again, it was a low building in the area. There aren't buildings that have a lot of an 80-foot height where you could achieve that on an existing building or structure. And then also they looked at a facility at 6016 South McClintock. That is a vacated 55-foot canister pole. And the carriers that deploy on the Crown Castle infrastructure at the high school are deploying different infrastructure. You have a 360 transmission and antennas that need to be able to tilt up and down to achieve the coverage objectives. And if it's within the confines of canister, that really, you can't achieve an equivalent coverage to what's there at the high school today. So those were alternatives that were considered, and your code does require this analysis to look at all of the available structures within a half-mile radius. And so this is the result of that endeavor, and is part of the record that went before the DRC. So why is the site important? Well, 96% of Americans own a cell phone. Most people don't have a landline anymore. They rely exclusively on their cell phones. And then 80% or more of 911 calls are made from wireless devices. And certainly, as we've all learned in the last 3 years or so, having seamless, uninterrupted, robust wireless service in our neighborhoods is something that our residents expect. Whether it's for the Ring doorbell that you install, or the smart refrigerator or thermostat, your kids are handing in homework on their school computers, online using Wi-Fi and using the wireless network. First responders use the wireless network to transmit data back and forth. So it's something that is a need now in neighborhoods and not a want. And in the event that we cannot relocate this facility to the church, those two carriers' networks will have a significant gap in coverage because the coverage that exists now will simply stop and go away because we cannot continue at the school. That lease expires in December of this year. So here to talk about the technical need for the facility is Steve Kennedy. He is an RF engineer who analyzed this facility and can give you a little bit more background on why this has to be so close.
Thank you. Quick question, Madam City Attorney, is Councilmember Navarro allowed to ask a question right now, or does he have to wait till the presentation's over?
Actually, we need to let the presentation go through, if you don't mind, Councilmember, to hold on to your
Just wanted to ask, so thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. My name is Steve Kennedy. I'm a resident of Litchfield Park. I'm a radio frequency design engineer. I've been in the wireless industry for 34 years, and I design numerous cell sites across the United States. This site, what is the need for this facility? I'm the owner of Boab Coast Consultants. It's an RF design consulting company. I consult with tower companies and wireless carriers as well. So once again, this is just certifying. I've been working in this for 34 years. So the objective of the replacement or the new site is two ways to look at it. It's coverage and capacity. So there's existing coverage that the site at the high school is providing for AT&T and T-Mobile, so people can make calls or surf the web or stream video or whatever they're doing on their phones. It's providing coverage, so the ability to connect for a phone to connect to a tower. The second thing is capacity. Capacity is the ability to process information. Every time you stream, you're using a significant amount of capacity or usage or utilization or bandwidth on the carrier. You can equate it to a water hose. Hot in the summertime, you take a drink from a water hose. If there's only one person taking a drink, they get 100% of the capacity. If another person's taking a drink, they get 50% of the capacity. If two more people add on, the capacity is reduced again, everybody gets 25%. And more users that show up on these networks, there's more limited bandwidth per user. So we want to continue the coverage and capacity along East Guadalupe Road, Lakeshore Drive, and the surrounding suburban area. And once again, 96% own a cell phone, 57% of homes rely on cell phones exclusively, and 84% of more than 911 emergency calls are made from wireless devices. Why here? The current tower lease is expiring. It's going to be gone at the end of this year. That tower is coming down. It will go away. Those carriers, T-Mobile and AT&T, will not be able to provide the level of service they've been providing in that area. Without the replacement, the coverage and capacity will be significantly impacted. There will be a significant gap in service created if the old site when the old site goes down and the new site does not come up, there will be a gap in service. So in order to duplicate that existing service, a replacement is needed as close as possible to the existing site location. 1,074 feet, that's pretty close. So this is a coverage map. We can get all into the technical details, but the dark green means that to a 95% probability that that site is going to cover indoor coverage, indoor inside houses, inside businesses. If you look at the lighter green, you're looking at in-vehicle coverage. So vehicles can have coverage within that area. If you look at the yellow and orange, you're looking at open field coverage. So this is what the current site is doing in the blue circle. It's providing the level of service within this area. So if we go to the next site, all right, well, here's the proposed site, 1,074 feet away from the existing site. It's going to provide pretty close to the same amount of coverage, right? And you can look at all the neighbors around this site. They're all fixed locations, and when you're adding a new cell site, you try to get as close to the existing site to replace as possible. The next slide is if when the site comes down and if the other site is not allowed, this will be the coverage change. So we can look that we go from indoor service within the suburban area, within the residential around the school. Now we're reaching into open field coverage. So we're not going to have coverage within the houses or the suburban area.
Sir?
Madam City Attorney?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I hate to interrupt you. We have an extremely full agenda tonight. Could I please ask you to confine your comments to the subject matter of your appeal and explain to the body here how it is that the DRC went off track?
I'm a radio engineer. I'm not a legal analyst. I can just say that this site is needed, and for the DRC to say it's not supposed to be needed or it shouldn't be done, I can't understand why, to be brutally honest with you. I'll pass it.
And we thought that it was important that the council know what the consequences of the denial would be. So that's why we included this analysis, but we can certainly move on.
Okay, yes, no, I wish you would, just because the agenda is very packed, and I think your focus does need to be on the elements of the appeal where the DRC failed to follow the code.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
There we go. Okay, so looking at the use permit criteria that are required for approval, a denial can be supported if there's a significant increase in vehicle or pedestrian traffic. Here, there's no measurable impact on traffic whatsoever. There's a single vehicle per tenant per month coming and going, so no impact. Nuisance arising from emission of odor, dust, gas, noise, vibration, heat, or glare. Again, no, this is an unmanned facility that does not generate emissions of any of those items. Contribution to the deterioration of the neighborhood or the downgrading of property values. We've talked about that in the previous portion of the presentation. Here again, the aesthetic of the neighborhood is being improved in several ways. One, by the addition of additional landscaping, which a condition of approval is that the landlord maintain this landscaping. The design of the facility is a mono elm. It seeks to minimize the visual impact that a new cell tower, unstealthed, would have on this location. So you're having foliage that is offered in a variety of different green colors that can be matched to the existing foliage. You have an enclosure around the equipment at the base that will match the texture and the color of the church, as well as the additional landscaping. Also, no additional height has been requested here. It's a one-for-one swap. There's already an 80-foot tower, 1,774 feet away. The ability to co-locate one additional carrier on this facility also may reduce the need for another pole. If you can put 3 carriers on one facility, then you're actually talking about reducing the number of poles needed in the neighborhood. Here, also pursuant to AT&T's lease and Crown Castle's lease, at the end of at the expiration of the lease, the existing ball field 80-foot facility will be removed and will be replaced with a standard ball field light similar to the others on the field. Compatibility with existing structures and uses. This is designed to look like a tree. It's in a residential and commercial area that has trees in it. So the height of the facility is proposed at the height of a cell tower very nearby. The landscaping enhancement is also compatible with the existing structures and the uses, the residential and commercial uses there. Nothing about the tower will interfere with the residential use or some of the neighboring commercial. And in fact, this will improve the aesthetic and reduce the visual impact of the wireless towers in the area in general, once the big ball field light one is removed. So adequate control of disruptive behavior, both inside and outside. This is an unmanned facility with no access to the public. It's secured. We don't anticipate any kind of behavior one way or the other at this site. So all 5 of the criteria were met. And then the community benefits. The church sent a letter to the mayor and all of the council members detailing what they plan to do with the additional lease income to expand and continue their mission in the community. AT&T will deploy FirstNet at the site, which provides a nationwide dedicated prioritized first responder network. The wireless networks in the area will have uninterrupted service. This is big. The residents in the area will not face an inability to place a call in their homes or to use their devices. Now, additionally, there's space for an additional carrier. That means one less pole for the neighborhood. So because no additional height is requested, and this is a replacement facility to replace something that's been in operation for 20 years, we think that it is compatible with the neighborhood. It is compatible with the surroundings. And we respectfully request the City Council uphold the appeal and approve the application for this site with the conditions proposed by staff in the original application. Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it. All right, let's see here. Next up here, I will open up the public hearing. I had one comment card here, and that was from Mark Bach. Please come forward and state your name and place of residence. You have 3 minutes to address the council.
Thank you. Mark Bach, I live down the street from this proposed non-cell phone tower. Oh no, it's not a cell phone tower. Liar, liar, pants on fire. Everything you've been hearing about is totally wrong. The applicant states they could not successfully negotiate a lease. Dr. Mendeville, the superintendent of Tempe Union High School District, has informed me that they never had an attempt to negotiate the lease or renew the existing lease for this site with Crown Castle. I just talked to him as late as Monday of this week, and he confirmed that AT&T is still in negotiations with the school district to renew their site at that facility. Interesting enough, in November of 2022, Crown Castle renewed a different lease for the different cell phone tower that's at the ball field for 5 years. The state of Arizona limits school districts to renew their leases for only 5 years, so they can't do a 20-year lease. I'm sure the school district would love to lock in a value for 20 years. If you look at your paperwork, the initial documentation from Crown Castle on page 45, they had a map similar to the one that was corrected on here. On page 45 of their map, showing an overview with a nice round circle, they misidentified the location of that cell phone tower. The cell phone tower that they claimed that they were removing was at the tennis court and has already been decommissioned by the school district. They couldn't even figure out in the initial map that they sent to the review board what cell phone tower they were talking about. In addition, that same map, which you just saw, does not point out a cell phone next to Panda Express. That's a cell phone tower. The SRP towers that they talk about is at the Western Canal. That's a half a mile away. It's not a mile away. They can't even figure out the distances properly. There's so many more lies in there. I'd love to tell you more. If you can pull up view 3 that they were showing of these wonderful photo simulations, that's not even close to the location that they indicated it would be. That's showing you a location by the student parking lot. That's not even close to being the ball field looking towards the church. They don't know what they're talking about. There are 2 main criteria that they have to have a burden of proof. That, go to 3. One more. Bingo. That is not looking northeast. That's looking southeast. That is Lakeshore Drive that they're doing. The only reason they have that picture is so they can show you a pine tree. If they actually showed you the location where they claim that's coming from, it's supposed to be at the practice field for the girls' softball field, which is the adjacent softball field. That is not the correct location of their map. Going back to the criteria, it is deterioration. Anybody in the neighborhood here, anybody in the audience want a cell phone tower in their backyard? Raise your hand if you want a cell phone tower in your backyard. Even Mr. Campbell doesn't want to raise his hand.
Sir, you're out of time. I'm
I know.
sorry. So,
not enough time.
thank you, sir. Appreciate it. All right, next up here, is there anyone else in the audience wishing to address the city council? If so, please get my attention. All right, seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. I now can call upon the appellant of the original applicant for response to the public comments. I do have 3 minutes. If you'd like to do that or give a summary statement, but
Yes, thank you very much. We are requesting that you uphold the appeal and approve the cell tower application that was submitted. Some of the comments that were just made, there is no evidence. The school district has not weighed in here, has not disclosed any information about the negotiations. They have not contradicted anything that's in the record. The testimony, the testimony, I have not seen a letter from the school district on this. If there is one that the council has received, it's not in the public record or hasn't been placed in the public record. But the negotiations with the school district were conducted in good faith, and the tower was expiring, and we could not reach commercially agreeable terms. With respect to AT&T continuing to negotiate with the school district, AT&T is on the Crown Castle structure, and the ground lease on that is expiring. So when that expires and that tower is removed, then there's nowhere for AT&T to locate on a structure there. So that didn't make sense to me. Also, some of the other locations that were mentioned by Mr. Bach, some of the monopalms and that sort of thing. Monopalms are particularly tricky because you don't locate one carrier on that typically without it looking completely monstrous. And also, they tend to be much lower in height. This facility needed an 80-foot height to replace the coverage of the existing carriers. So it did limit the number of other available sites that we could look at. So Crown Castle maintains that they have met all of the approval criteria for a use permit and requests that you uphold the appeal and approve the permit.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Councilmember Navarro.
Yeah, just question, and you might want to stay up, or staff. So let me ask this one. So Crown Castle, just for clarity, negotiates the lease of the land, not the carrier. Am I correct on this?
Yes.
Okay. You might want to come to the mic. When you talk about the location where it's proposing to go by the church, now the church property is, all that. Why did they choose that location right next to the church? What I saw on the slides, it was right next to the church is the proposed location.
You mean on the church property?
On the church property.
Why was the location, the particular site chosen?
Yeah.
And I'll defer to Mike.
Why not the front of the church in front of the Guadalupe Road?
Yes, Councilman Navarro. In speaking with staff, we have to look at setback requirements.
Okay.
The first directive, we looked in the far northwest corner, and it said we can't go there, we don't meet setbacks. Setbacks are 2 to 1.
That's fine, got it.
And we looked at street frontage, and staff said you're better off back away from the street.
Okay, got it.
Really to accommodate what staff is directing us to.
Gotcha. When you talk about the agreement's going to have planting of elms, or something similar to what's there, who is responsible for the maintenance and upkeep of those?
That will fall back to the church.
Okay.
Crown Castle will install and make sure the irrigation system is up and operational, and they will be warranted for a year, which is standard.
So Crown Castle will provide the infrastructure for the planting and the irrigation and all that, and it's upon the church to maintain it.
Maintain, yes.
Right, but it would also be a condition of the approval of the use permit as well. So in the event that the church was not maintaining the landscaping appropriately, then a code enforcement action could be commenced.
Right, that's where my worry comes in. Now, I see a letter that comes by us that says there has been no conversation with Crown Castle and Tempe schools. How do I?
You have me at a disadvantage, Councilmember Navarro, because I haven't seen the letter.
Right.
And who is the author?
It looked like Dr. Mendenfeld, and it looked like a letter from him. And maybe you should see it, because, but at the end of the day, it kind of.
Madam City Attorney, are we allowed to show that letter?
You can, Mayor, but you don't need to.
Okay.
Well, we would ask that we be able to see the letter, seeing that it's being included in the public record for decision-making.
Yeah.
Well, seeing that we have not had an opportunity to see this letter, I would ask that you extend the written public record in this proceeding so that we can prepare a response to this letter.
Councilmember Keating?
Mayor, I move we deny the appeal.
Okay, it's been moved by Councilmember Keating to deny the appeal of the DRC's decision, and that would effectively deny the use permit.
Yeah, I second it.
Okay, seconded by Councilmember Hodge. Anyone else, any further comments or questions? No? All right, seeing none, I gotta get to the... Sorry, my screen blacked out. There we go. Seeing none, okay. So once again, moved by Councilmember Keating, seconded by Councilmember Hodge. Please vote. Councilmember, Vice Mayor Adams?
Yes. Hang on 1 second, Corey. Just give me one second.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll vote yes on it.
Okay. All right, and that item passes 7-0, and that effectively denies the use permit.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next item on the section is 8A3, which is to hold a public hearing to adopt a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute a development and disposition agreement with Newtown Community Development Corporation for the development of an affordable housing project on 4 vacant lots consisting of approximately 2.6 acres located at 2320 and 2314 East Apache Boulevard, Tempe, Arizona. This development will include 19 single-family homes with a mix of approximately 10 low-income and 9 workforce units. Is there anyone in the audience wishing to address the council on this item? If so, please get my attention. Yes, Ms. Justice. Please come forward, state your name and place of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. My name is Darlene Justice. I lived in Tempe now for 57 years. And I want to commend the city of Tempe and the mayor for the efforts that have been made for Newtown. And for other things that you are doing for housing and homeless and that. I also would like to take this opportunity to tell you that there are citizens in Tempe who value each of you and value your opinions. And I take great disdain at some of the things that have been said this evening. We voted for you. If we gave you money for your campaign, that was for your campaign to be elected, not to do us favors. I do not even, when I meet with you, I don't let people buy me lunches. People don't offer because they know that. And I don't want to take and do that with you either. And I know that you all have great reputations. You've worked very hard for the city of Tempe. And I'm not going to say what I'm doing on another ballot, but I think you know. Because I know a lot of the issues that I've lived here a long time. I've known about bullying. I've seen bullying. And I just want to tell you that I hold you all in the highest regard. And I am very ashamed that somebody would threaten about voting at this meeting. Thank you all very much. Thank you, Doreen, who's not here. Thank you, Jennifer, who's not here. This council helped us to get redevelopment of the county island that has been horrible for us. And things are moving in the city of Tempe. This is another example with the property you have on Apache and other places and the things that you're doing with Hometown. Mayor Woods, you have received multiple awards outside of Tempe for the efforts that Tempe is making. And I just want to say, please sleep well tonight because there are a lot of citizens out there that hold you all in high regard. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to speak on item 8A3? Ms. Brewer. Please,
Evening.
please state your name and place of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, I am Stephanie Brewer, the Executive Director of Newtown CDC. I do reside in Phoenix, but obviously my heart is in Tempe. That's where we develop our units. We appreciate the opportunity to provide affordable homeownership opportunities to the residents of Tempe. And a heartfelt thank you to Ms. Justice for staying for 4 hours to speak in favor of this resolution. We support anything that supports affordable housing in Tempe, and we have worked diligently with the community to make this property and this project fit into the community. We will have 19 units. 4 of them will be ADA accessible and single story also. So thank you for allowing us to move forward with this project. Thank you for the kind words, and we appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, is there anyone else in the audience wishing to address the council on this item? If so, please get my attention. Okay, seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Council, any comments or discussion?
Yes, so move.
Good. I'll second it.
It's been moved by Councilmember Hodge and seconded by Vice Mayor Adams. Any additional comments?
Mayor, this is Councilmember Garland.
Yes.
I just wanted to say thank you so much for Stephanie to come up and talk about Newtown. This is an exciting project. I think, you know, our partnership with Newtown and all the things that they've done to create additional housing, especially affordable housing in our community I just think is outstanding. And one of the things that we got to try to remember is when we talk about affordable housing, we talk about units, the units equal people, and we got to be thinking about the people. So thank you so much for this, and I'm looking forward to voting yes.
Sounds good. Thank you, Councilmember Garland. Councilmember Keating?
Yes, thank you to Stephanie and to Newtown. I just want to also thank Darlene Justice. Hey, it's ugly out there, and you know we've taken quite a beating over the last several months, and it's always great that not only that you participate, but you do so in such a positive way. So we really appreciate you too, and I hope that the people are still watching from earlier to see your remarks because you're a class act and the city values you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Keating. Councilmember Hodge?
All I want to say is I ditto. Thank you so much. Darlene, you've been a pillar of this community. You will always be a pillar of this community. We thank you so much. And thank you, everything that we do. And all our city workers who stayed this long, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hodge. Anyone else? Comments? I'll just say the same thing. Ms. Justice, thank you for your comments. Really heartfelt, and I really do appreciate it. I was actually kind of like choked up when you were talking, so that's why it took me a couple of seconds to kind of get back to the paper. So thank you for what you're saying. I really, really appreciate your support. And Stephanie, I would say too, thank you for the great work that Newtown does. One of the only sad moments of getting elected mayor was that I could not, and myself and Councilmember Garland could not stay on the Newtown board where we had been before we actually got elected, because Newtown does have a policy to not have elected officials on their board, but we are, even if we're not on the board, we are definitely still friends of this amazing organization and all the great work that you do to create more affordable and workforce housing opportunities for people who really need them. So I just wanted to say thank you for your work. With that said, please vote. Please vote.
Oh yeah, no, that was great. No, you guys said it all, and I told the mayor that's kind of one of the first. We usually don't get compliments.
All right, please vote, everyone.
Yes.
All right, and Councilmember Keating? Oh, there we go. And that item is approved 7-0. Thank you so much. Congratulations. The next item under the section is 8A4, which is to adopt a resolution authorizing the mayor or his designee to sign an intergovernmental agreement between the City of Tempe and Maricopa County, whereby the county shall provide the City of Tempe with American Rescue Plan Act coronavirus state and local fiscal recovery funds for the acquisition and rehabilitation of a hotel motel for the provision of non-congregate shelter. This is a really big deal, and I do want to talk about this for a second, but let me see, council, are there any comments or discussion?
Motion to approve.
Okay, it's been moved by Vice Mayor Adams. It's been seconded by Councilmember Keating. I should ask, I'm looking at our Chief Deputy City Manager, Rosenchowski. Would you or anyone else or Irma like to make a comment about this by chance, about what this is? Sorry to put you on the spot, but Irma's like, you're closer.
Well, I just like to give credit where credit is due.
Thank you for the opportunity, Mayor.
Yeah, this is very important for the community, so I wanted to make sure we talked about this.
Well, I would just like to thank Maricopa County for making the funds available to the Phoenix metropolitan area. But I'm always thrilled to be a part of being able to bring additional capacity to our fair city, and I'm just really proud of the work that we're all doing. So thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you for everything. I just wanted to say, very much thank you to Irma and to Rosa for all the work they've doing. I've sat in a number of meetings with them. They have developed a great relationship with Maricopa County. And when you talk about getting $10.3 million for the purpose of creating more doing property acquisition and rehabilitation of property to help more people who really need to get back on their feet. And it's one of the things that's very important to me, because many times when people will email me and say, you guys should be doing more to help the homeless and the unsheltered, and I'm like, this is the kind of work that's happening here every day. It may not be the kind of thing that ends up on TV or that the newspaper covers or that the media covers, but this is the kind of work, frankly, that this council and our staff does each and every day. And that's why I wanted to make sure that we actually talk about it, and the people in this room and the folks who do the work every day get the credit for the incredible amount of stuff that they do for people who, frankly, many times would not have a voice. So I just wanted to make sure that I said thank you, Rosa, thank you, Irma, thank you to the entire Human Services team, because if it weren't for the great reputation of the city of Tempe and our Human Services team, there's no way that the county would partner with us to give us this amazing sum of money. So I also wanted to make sure to put that out there as well for the record. All right, is there so I have a motion. I think someone just, okay, all right. All right, let's vote. Vice Mayor?
Yes.
And that item passes 7-0. Next item under the section is 8A5, to adopt a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute an intergovernmental agreement with the town of Guadalupe, Arizona for the Tempe Wastewater Bio-Intel Program. Council, any comments or discussion? It's been moved by Councilmember Keating, seconded by Councilmember Navarro. Please vote.
Yes.
And that item passes 7-0. Next item under the section is 8A6, which is to adopt a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute an amended intergovernmental agreement with Arizona Department of Health Services to accept and disperse grant funds from ADHS to be used for the wastewater data analytics program operating costs. Council, any comments or discussion? It's been moved by Councilmember Chin and seconded by Councilmember Keating. Please vote.
Yes.
And that item also passes 7-0. The next item under the section is 8A7, which is to award one-year contracts with 2 one-year renewal options to Hydra Contracting LLC and Metering Services Incorporated for water service line materials field verification services. Council, any comments or discussion? Moved by Councilmember Hodge, seconded by Councilmember Navarro. Please vote.
Yes.
And Councilmember Navarro?
I say yes.
All right, then that passes 7-0 as well.
Just thinking.
Well, why not, Item 8A8, which is to approve a one-year contract renewal with Supreme Oil Company for the purchase of vehicle and equipment fuel for the City of Tempe, Tempe Elementary School District, and Kyrene School District. Any comments or discussion? Been moved by Councilmember Hodge and seconded by Councilmember Keating. Please vote.
Yes.
And that item passes 7-0. The next item under the section is 8A9, to award a 2-year contract with 2 2-year renewal options to RESA Power for maintenance and repair of medium to high voltage switchgear and generators. Council, any comments or discussion? Moved by Councilmember Keating, seconded by Councilmember Navarro. Please vote.
Yes.
That item passes 7-0. Next item under the section is 8A10, to ratify the award of 1-year contract with 4 one-year renewal options to Artistic Land Management Incorporated to provide landscape maintenance services to street medians and right-of-way. There you go. So moved by Councilmember Navarro. Do I have a second? Seconded by Councilmember Hodge by a hair. Please vote.
Yes.
And that also passes 7-0. I had to get Councilmember Navarro in on that one. Next item under this section is 8A11, to award a 2-year contract with 4 2-year renewal options to Arcadis US Incorporated and Global Government Services Incorporated and West Yost and Associates Incorporated to provide program management and implementation services to operationalize the city's supervisory control and data acquisition master plan. Council, any comments or discussion? Moved by Councilmember Keating, seconded by Councilmember Navarro. Please vote. Vice Mayor Adams.
Yes.
And that item passes 7-0. The next item under the section is 8A12, which is to adopt a resolution authorizing a maximum dollar amount for an individual job order of up to $1.9 million for the purpose of procuring construction services for the Arizona State University Campus Waterline Replacement Phase 4, Katy Mall, from University Drive to south of Tyler Mall. Council, any comments or discussion? Moved by Councilmember Keating, seconded by Councilmember Hodge. Please vote.
Yes.
That item passes 7-0. Next item under the section is 8A13, which is to award job order number 36 to Atchin Gardner Construction LLC for the Waterline Replacement ASU Campus Phase 4 project located at 250 East Apache Boulevard. Moved by Councilmember Keating, seconded by Councilmember Navarro. Please vote.
Yes.
That item passes 7-0. Next one is 8A14, award a construction contract to Felix Construction Company for the recharge well number 4 drilling and testing project located at 800 East Divot Drive. Council, any comments or discussion? So moved by Councilmember Keating, seconded by Councilmember Chin. Please vote.
Yes.
That item passes 7-0. Thank you to Councilmember Navarro for the assist on that one. Let me next go to 8A15, award a construction contract to Felix Construction Company for the well number 20 improvements marketplace well rehabilitation GMP3 project located at 2000 East Rio Salado Parkway.
Arnie, did you ask for any questions?
You have any questions?
No, so moved.
Okay, good. Okay, we moved by Councilmember Chin and seconded by Councilmember Hodge. Please. Yes, sir. Nah, I didn't think so. Can you please vote? And that item, that item passes 7-0. Wonderful. All right, next up, item A16, to adopt a resolution authorizing a maximum dollar amount for an individual job order of up to $2 million for the purpose of procuring construction services for the parking garage improvements, Tempe Metro Park and Ride. Council, any comments or discussion? Moved by Councilmember Hodge, seconded by Vice Mayor Adams. Please vote.
Yes.
That item passes 7-0. The next item under the section is 8A17, award job order number 32 to Builders Guild Incorporated for the parking garage improvements Tempe Metro Park and Ride project located at 1811 East Apache Boulevard. Any comments or discussion?
Motion to approve.
Moved by Vice Mayor Adams, seconded by Councilmember Keating. Please vote.
Yes.
And that item passes 7-0. The last item under the section is 8A18, to award a construction contract to B&F Contracting Incorporated for the jointly owned rehabilitation 2022 GMP2 project for sewer rehabilitation located along Southern Avenue between Priest Drive and Fair Lane. Any comments or discussion? Moved by Councilmember Hodge, seconded by Councilmember Chin. Please vote.
Yes.
That item also passes 7-0. Wonderful. Thank you very much, Mr. Forte, for hanging in there with us. We're still going strong here. Next section on the non-consent agenda is ordinances items for introduction and first hearing. These items will be read and introduced tonight, but no votes will be taken. The second hearing and vote for these items is scheduled for May 4th, 2023. First item under the section is 8B1, which is to introduce and hold the first public hearing to adopt an ordinance for a planned area development overlay to modify development standards and a development plan review for a new 25-story mixed-use development consisting of 453 dwelling units and commercial uses on 0.67 acres located at 16 East University Drive. The applicant is Sender Associates Chartered.
Good
and I
evening.
see Ms. Tender right here at the podium.
Right here. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. My question is, how much of this do you want to see right now as an intro?
I guess it's first hearing, so we probably should have a full presentation just for public transparency.
Okay. I had to ask. You never know. Yep. Thanks. All right. I'll be really quick. We prepared a very brief presentation, but covering all the facts. So this project, I think you've seen an earlier iteration of, it is located at the old Wells Fargo Bank on University, just east of Mill Avenue, just directly south of the Weston kind of picture it here. Property is proposed to be redeveloped into a market rate residential project with commercial on the ground floor. And it is a mix of studio 1 and 2 bedroom units with multiple sustainable elements. We have a bioswale, we have 12 EV chargers in the garage, which rose from 4 originally, which is an amazing amount. And we also added 1,500 square feet of solar ready on the roof. So we were trying to make sure we implemented as many sustainable elements as we could. And for Council Member, Vice Mayor Adams, there is a dog spa. So, and for
Love it.
Councilmember Garland as well. I know that was a
Thank you.
yes, dog spa.
You know a way to this council's heart, Ms. Senator.
I needed a picture of that, but I don't have one.
Thank you.
You're welcome. The property is a general plan is projected downtown mixed use, similar to all downtown projects properties. It is also projected for a high density over 65 DUA residential density like the other downtown projects properties, and currently zoned CC on the zoning map. So all we're requesting is PAD with a DPR and a use permit that was approved for some tandem parking spaces. You can see that right there. Let's see, we'll skip most of this. So this is the final iteration. We had a neighborhood meeting and probably about 30, 40 people showed up, primarily, I would say 99% from residents from Mirabella. Curious about what the project is, curious about what's going on next door. And at the end of the evening, we had nothing but kind remarks and supportive remarks and lots of suggestions for the type of restaurants that we could put in the base. We have a 4,800 square foot area that could be restaurants or retail. So we heard pretty strongly that restaurant at that corner would be well supported by the community, and something we're taking to heart. Design history started out with a very specific design concept from the architect, who is, I apologize, I didn't introduce myself or the client tonight, but the developer, Darren Sender Associates, Tempe, and we have Tommy Sinnott and from CA Ventures, and Mark Oberholzer from the KTGY Architects. And this is really his vision. Went through a lot of iterations, went through a lot of design changes, and only came out better. And that was really because of staff. They really pushed us hard to make something better than we had, and gave us some more vision to achieve this design that we have today, which is supported by staff and is supported by the DRC 7-0 approval last week at DRC. So you can kind of see the building. Mark, do you want to say a few words, very, very briefly?
I know you don't believe it, but I will be brief.
Don't worry, people don't believe that I can be brief either, so
But
don't
you
worry,
can
I have
talk
the same
faster
problem.
than I can, Mr. Mayor. So I think that really I just want to say that from the design team and the developer, we know this is a key site in the city. We've worked very hard, and it's we're intent on making it a key building for the city on 3 criteria. One is that in our minds it has to fit in with the city, the direct neighborhood. The other, it has to create a community for the people that live there. And then also, well, let me just show you. So basically, the little blue squares are the kind of a grain of the urban fabric, which minimizes Western facades. We're like, that's exactly going on right. That's what we're going to do with our building. The other thing, if you look in University, is that there's a turn lane. So the pedestrian experience changes right from Shady Park to the front of our building. So we address that specifically. And you can see in the plan that public way kind of has to turn. And so we spent a lot of time with the landscape design team and the architecture team. I'm the architecture team, making sure that transition and the pedestrian experience is super clean. Keeps pedestrians safe, and is also a really nice look and feel. So we're pulling the glass and the facade back, creating an overhang to create a kind of shady pedestrian environment, which will really fill in one of those empty chunks along University. This is the view of really the retail spaces. which could be one large restaurant, could be 2 spaces, or perhaps 3 small ones. The glass turns the corner because we know the corner view from Mill is very important, and will draw pedestrians as well to turn the corner down University. Just very briefly, architects can be boring, but yeah, I'll skip this. We worked really hard. There's some diagrams. They're really cool.
There's all kinds of
Yeah.
design stuff.
Yeah.
Great job.
Indoor, outdoor spaces. Yeah. And then really the idea is that this tower, it has a lot of parking. We're integrating the parking design-wise with a horizontal grain to make the building feel like a traditional urban building, not like something sitting on a parking block. More views. This is the view from the east. We have 4-sided architecture, so there's no side of the building that isn't present a finished face to its neighbors or the city at large. And then an aerial view, which you'll never see except from a drone, but it does show the layers of landscaping, indoor-outdoor spaces. And I think the quality and effort that the team and also with planning has really made to make this a special building. Thank you. Yeah, but I feel like I'm trespassing on your patience. But the materials are meant to be a tonal, kind of inferencing a little bit of a cooler palette, like water, but not very contrasty. So it's a sort of tonal approach, an integrated approach, which in our thinking is more like a traditional urban building, lots of detail. You get interested in over time. It doesn't shout. It becomes a kind of valued building over time, not just at the beginning. And then a little bit more close-ups. Again, a view of the garage base on the left as it integrates with the tower with a sort of landscape element as a cornice, and then some details of the tower. We integrated this shift horizontally, structurally, built it into the building to break down the scale, to add a little detail, throw shadows. And then also you can see in this detail here, we have, like I said, 4-sided architecture, but the sides of the units face west, so we're able to make the units pleasant for the people inside, keeping the architecture idea there. And final view.
Mic drop.
Thank you.
Thank you. We know there'd be a question about Shady Park. We embrace Shady Park. We embrace the environment of downtown. The urban fabric is exactly where we want to be. So just 2 things on that. One is staff recommended a stipulation be added that we notify residents, obviously, that there's a music venue next door, which we are happy to do. And secondly, we have 9 stories of garage that face Shady Park. There's not like residents right there. So we, effectively mitigate that quite well. So that was my very brief presentation tonight.
Sounds good. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Anyone from council, comments or questions?
Mayor, just curious, this is Councilmember Garlett, about EV parking.
Yes. There are 12 EV parking spaces in the building.
That doesn't seem like very much. With 12 spaces, do you have the possibility of setting up so that you could add more later? Because 12 doesn't seem like very much compared to what we are expecting in the future of more EV cars.
Yeah, there's definitely availability and room to add more EV spaces.
Sounds good.
Okay, thank you.
Sounds good. Thank you, Councilmember Garwood. Councilmember DeVar.
Thank you, Mayor. On that same tone, and this is probably staff and fire prevention probably have to look at this. This is just something we are learning about in Phoenix with EV charging stations and locations on where they're at in the parking garages, access for fire if a fire was to break out on one of those cars. It's a harder process to not get into a thermal runaway, and if it does, it's going to cause some issues. So it's one of those things, if you could work with staff, fire prevention on best locations for those stations, and or if the garage is, how ventilated it is, does it need assistance of ventilation within that area? Just some ideas to think about, and I think just, and not to do this right here, but just to talk to more of the experts.
Oh, those are great suggestions.
Yeah,
Councilman
it's because
Gonzalez.
it's coming up.
Yeah, thank you.
Sounds good. Thank you, Councilmember Navarro. Anyone else? Additional comments? Yeah, I'll just say very briefly, definitely love the architecture of the building. I think you did a great job. I know this went through, as you said, a lot of kind of process and a lot of kind of going back and forth, but I appreciate your willingness to come to the table to continue to make this an even better building. And I just really like the look of it. I also appreciate the work that staff has done as well. As you talked about, it's a collaborative process between the developer and staff to say, look, we want to make sure that we're demanding high quality in the downtown and buildings that really are built to last. So I think that, I think what you've achieved here is actually is excellent. So just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you. We really appreciated staff's patience with us and all of the meetings we had, because it really did make a better product. We agree with that 100%. And just like to say, I agree with Darlene 100,000%. Thank you all for everything you do here. That was a little bit disturbing this evening, but thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, I have to say one thing.
We
love your pen.
Thank you.
Councilmember Garland and I both. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sounds good. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right. Now it's time for the public hearing portion. Is there anyone in the audience wishing to address the council on this item? If so, please get my attention. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Council, any last comments or discussion? All right. Seeing none, just want to reiterate, second and final public hearing on this item is scheduled for May 4th, 2023. The next item under the section is 8B2, which is to introduce and hold the first public hearing to adopt a resolution for a general plan density map amendment from high density to high density urban core, adopt an ordinance for a zoning map amendment from GID to MU4, and planned area development overlay to establish development standards, and a development plan review for a new mixed-use development consisting of 390 dwelling units in commercial area for Rio 2100 residences located at 2132 East Cameron Way. The applicant is Barry Riddell, LLC. And it's Wendy Riddell. How are you?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Members of the council, Wendy Riddell with the law firm Barry Riddell, 6750 East Camelback. My pleasure to be here this evening on behalf of Fairfield. I'm going to endeavor to give you the fastest presentation you've had yet tonight. So we're here representing Fairfield. Fairfield's a well-known, well-established multifamily developer. They've got numerous projects, several here, in fact, even around the valley. The site we're talking about is part of Rio 2100. It's approximately 4.5 acres. It sits towards the back, wraps up against the freeway. You can see it here. Our requests are part of a general plan amendment with a projected density map, zoning amendment, PAD overlay, and of course, major development plan review, all things I know you're very familiar with seeing. The existing general plan is mixed use. We're actually in conformance with the projected land use, so no changes proposed there. The change we're talking about here relates to the projected density, looking to do a more dense project here as part of this overall mixed-use setting. The existing zoning's GID. We are here proposing MU4, again, that mixed-use district. The proposed use is mixed-use development with multifamily and co-working space. Just to show you the context of the site plan here on that 4.6 acres, we are proposing 394 rent units. It's a mix of studio, 1-bedroom, and 2-bedroom. The height is approximately 90 feet. We are doing a 5-story mixed-use podium development. And again, as I mentioned, it will have public co-working space here, as well as a second-level parking structure. There's a full amenity package that's proposed. I can tell you that will include a dog park and dog amenities. We have certainly heard that message too. Clubhouse, fitness centers, very well amenitized, high-end amenitized project that we're proposing here. Again, showing the dog park and how that works in the overall context of the site. And then, of course, a very important component of the co-working space. So a little over 3,000 square feet of co-working space proposed here. We'll have its own dedicated public entrance and parking as part of that co-working space. The parking that we're providing here is, again, podium style. We are proposing 10 EV parking spaces. I will point out my project is a little smaller than Darren just presented, but we are proposing 10 EV spaces and then quite a bit of bicycle parking overall as well. To give you a quick idea of what that looks like here in context, at any point if I'm moving too fast, feel free to give me the stink eye, but I recognize you've had a long evening. Gives you an idea of what these look like. So with that, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, happy to answer any questions you may have.
Sounds good. Thank you, Ms. Riddell. Appreciate it.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Vice Mayor Adams.
Yes, I'm going to be supporting this project moving forward. I also just really want to thank you for incorporating the dog park and EV stations in the parking garage, and it just looks like a great project to me. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you so much. Councilmember DeVar?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, just a quick question. Does Bob Olshaman have anything to add to this project?
He's actually here on another item this evening. You're making him wait to the very end of the night, if that brings you any joy.
Well, we've come a long way since the bars in Mexico and Juarez.
I look forward to seeing those pictures later. Yeah.
What did I miss? I mean, seriously.
That's when you can go to Juarez.
Oh, my goodness. All right. Anyone else? Any other comments or questions for Ms. Riddell?
Thank you.
Good. I'm good
Appreciate
too.
you.
Thank you so much. All right. Is there anyone in the public wishing to address the council on this item? If so, please get my attention. Seeing none, I just want to remind everyone the second and final public hearing on this item is scheduled for May 4th, 2023. The next item under the section is 8B3, which is to introduce and hold the first public hearing to adopt an ordinance authorizing the mayor to execute a home company use agreement and lease agreement with Arizona Theater Company for a partnership with the Tempe Center for the Arts. Is there anyone in the audience wishing to address the council on this item? If so, get my attention. Okay, seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Council, any comments or discussion?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Vice Mayor Adams.
I'm just really excited about this project and moving forward and really activating the Tempe Center for the Arts. It's such a beautiful facility, and just super excited that we're moving forward with this direction. And I know the new director is doing a great job, and just super, super happy that we have gotten this taken care of. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Adams. Anyone else? Comments, questions? I'll just back up what the Vice Mayor said. I mean, you know, Arizona Theater Company is like the state's premier theater company, bringing 80 new shows to the Tempe Center for the Arts. It's a huge coup for the city of Tempe. And as Vice Mayor Adams talked about, it really is going to continue to really activate that space and make the Tempe Center for the Arts even more magnetic than it already is, and draw more people in to what is that incredibly beautiful building right on Tempe Town Lake. So I'm just very excited that ATC is going to be right here in Tempe in our backyard. So thank you to the representatives that I know are still here this evening. So thank you. All right. With no more discussion, once again, second and final public hearing on this item is scheduled for May 4th, 2023. The next item under the section is 8B4, introduce and hold the first public hearing to adopt an ordinance authorizing the abandonment of a sewer line easement located on the north side of Apache Boulevard east of McClintock Drive. Anyone in the public wishing to address the council on this item? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Council, any comments or discussion? All right, hearing none, second and final public hearing on this item is scheduled for May 4th, 2023. The last item under the section is 8B5, which is to introduce and hold the first public hearing to adopt an ordinance authorizing the abandonment of a portion of a water line easement located on the west side of Scottsdale Road, south of State Route 202. Anyone in the audience wishing to address the council on this item? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Council, any comments or discussion? Hearing none, second and final public hearing on this item is scheduled for May 4th, 2023. Next up, items 8C, ordinances and items for second hearing and final adoption. These items were read and introduced back on March 16th, 2023, and votes on these items will be taken this evening. First item under the section is 8C1, which is to hold the second and final public hearing to adopt a resolution for a general plan density map amendment from medium density to medium to high density, adopted ordinance for a zoning map amendment from GID to MU4, and planned area development overlay to establish development standards, and a development plan review for a mixed-use development consisting of a new 5-story residential development with 566 dwelling units, including an existing office complex comprised of 4 buildings and 2 parking structures for IDM Fountainhead, located at 2750 South Priest Drive. The applicant, once again, is Barry Riddell, LLC. And once again, just want to let everyone know, a general plan amendment in this situation requires an affirmative vote of at least 2/3 of the council, which means 5 out of 7 council members for this to pass. Once again, Ms. Riddell.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Wendy Riddell, the law firm Barry Riddell, 6750 East Camelback. Mr. Mayor, I think you'll have a great future as an auctioneer if you ever need one. This is a matter that has already been presented. I leave it to your discretion. I'm certainly happy to give a full presentation, happy to answer.
Move to approve?
Yeah. Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Councilmember Keating and seconded by Councilmember Hodge. Anyone else, comments or questions?
What's this again?
All right, sounds good. Yes. Oh, one of the things I know, Ms. Riddell, I think you and I talked about this earlier too. Is I think we had discussed yesterday about the hometown for all that you were going to be.
Yes.
Yes. Perfect.
Yes,
Wonderful.
there is a commitment to Hometown for All as part of this project.
Okay, that's what I thought. Just wanted to make sure I just said that. So thank you so much. Appreciate that. Very generous. All right, please vote.
Yes.
That item also passes 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, now that's actually, I erred ever so slightly because that item actually requires 2 votes. That first vote was on the general plan density map amendment, but the next one is the resolution authorizing the general plan density map amendment. Been moved by Councilmember Keating, seconded by Councilmember Navarro. Please vote.
Yes.
That item also passes 7-0.
Now you can go.
There you go. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. All right, the last item under the section is 8C2, which is to hold the second and final public hearing to adopt an ordinance for an amended planned area development overlay to modify the previously approved site plan and a development plan review for 2 new drive-through restaurants totaling 6,022 square feet. See, we saved the best for last here. Look at this. 6,022 square feet of commercial use on 2.13 acres for Krispy Kreme El Pollo Loco, located at 1530 West Baseline Road. The applicant is Looker and Capello Architects Incorporated. Let's see, is there any kind of a presentation from the applicant? I think we had one during the first hearing, but just want to make sure.
Don't really have anything to add. You need me to make another presentation, or? We did talk about the hours, and they are open to being open longer, so.
Well,
5:30 to 10 is the normal for the metro area, but if the business is there, I said they'll be open longer.
Well, Councilmember Keating did have a question here, so let's see here.
That was my question. Can I get 11 a.m.?
11 a.m.
11 a.m.
You're in the AM?
No. Instead of closing at 10 a.m., you open at 11. You close at 11 a.m.
Oh, it would be 10, but it could be open through lunch.
All right. Well, hey, look, I'll take 11. Move to approve.
It depends on depends on the business.
Yeah, I get you.
All right. Any other presentation? Are you good? Good. Okay. Let me just do before, if you don't mind withdrawing for 1 second. I just want to see, is there anyone, I want to open up the public hearing. Is there anyone here who wishes to address the council on this item? If so, please get my attention. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. You want to go back to that? It's been moved by Councilmember Keating and seconded by Councilmember Hodge. Please vote.
Yes.
That item passes 7-0. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. That brings us to item number 9, current events, council announcements, and future agenda items. I will call upon council members for their comments. First up this evening, I have Councilmember Navarro. Not on my program, but okay. Well, if you have Adams queued up, we can go to Vice Mayor Adams first.
Yes, thank you.
Oh,
Thank
okay,
you.
mine's not alphabetical. Okay, cool. All right, no worries.
Are we good, Mr. Mayor?
We are good, Vice Mayor. You can go.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, I just wanted to announced that Nikki Amberg is going to be leaving the city. And I just want to thank her for all of her service to our city and to helping me with many different projects and things. And I'm just excited for her future plans and look forward to having her around the city and in South Tempe. So, Nikki, best wishes to you, and I know I'll see you around a lot. So, thank you so much for your service. That's all. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Appreciate that. And definitely, Nikki, we wish you well and thank you for your service to the city of Tempe. Just wanted to second the Vice Mayor's comments. Let's see, Jason, who do you have next actually on your list? Okay, so it's totally alphabetical. Okay, all right. So I will go to Councilmember Chin. Okay.
Thank you for my first of 17
All right.
announcements for all of you
everybody
there.
Get comfortable, everyone.
Right. No, one quick one, and this is for all of the middle and high school students that may be watching tonight, right now. If they are looking for summer volunteer opportunities, they're in luck. Next Saturday, April 29th, beginning at 2 p.m. at the Tempe Public Library in the Connections Cafe classroom, they can meet with coordinators of many of our summer camps, programs, different summer programs where they can get valuable and fun volunteer experience. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. All right. Next up here, I have Councilmember Garland.
It is 12:38 in Austin, Texas, where I am right now, so I do not have any announcements. But I do want to say I'm here because my daughter's graduating from occupational therapy school tomorrow, and I'm really excited to be here, but I'm sorry that I missed you guys, so have a good evening. Thank you. I'll tell her.
Sounds good. Thank you. Councilmember Hodge. Microphone.
Don't go through my slides. I just want to say we have a breakfast with Berdetta, and we have a very special guest. Our mayor himself will be on a panel, so it's on April 29th from 12 to 2. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hodge. Next up, Councilmember Keating. Thank you, sir. Next up, Councilmember Navarro.
Thank you, Mayor. Just real quick, that's a picture of me and Doreen. Next slide.
And let me tell you, a great picture it is, my friend.
And there's me again.
And that's you again.
Yeah, first responders. No, let me just say something on this. We'll first back up to Doreen's deal. My deal too. HRC or HSCS is next meeting is the 28th at noon. It's going to be virtual or in person here at City Hall. And then that one was the 36th annual First Responders Breakfast, which is a great deal. The gentleman in the photos over there, let me go from my side. That's me, Joel Navarro. Next to Brad, who's a firefighter here in Tempe. Good looking guy, single, but now is taken. But on to the next picture, Dr. Wen, he is our medical director for Tempe Fire. He is still single for you, yes. And then Dr. Layton, he is the gentleman that actually started this whole thing 36 years ago. So he's the instrumental to that. And then Sheila Bryant, she's just the nurse that everybody in the Valley knows. And she is really special, but she really spears it up. So I just want to say thank you to all those guys. It was a good turnout. Good food. Thanks.
Oh.
I didn't know this. Oh, no.
Keith.
He made me do this. Keith can hula hoop. Watch this. You're going back to Keith, aren't they? No, not me. Go back to Keith. Well, anyways, I want to say happy birthday to Keith because that's my hula hoop boy right there.
For the record, this is why Jason Wolf is the most dangerous man in this organization. There's so much B-roll footage he can use.
It was the Mitchell Park opening.
Just saying. And I don't have any comments this evening, I guess, other than that. Oh, you do? Oh, you're right, I do. It's late. Sorry. Little jet lagged. So, All right, so I got a couple of things here I do want to make sure that I announce. First one here is Tempe Community Salutes. I'd like to invite our community to the 9th Annual Community Salutes on May 2nd, 6 p.m. at the Tempe Center for the Arts. This hometown send-off recognizes future military service members and their families from Tempe. The 40-plus honorees are local high school seniors who have chosen national service after graduation. Since 2015, more than 400 young men and women from our community have been recognized for their commitment to serving our country. Thank you for our great community partners, Amazon, WM, Sender Associates, and Sun Construction for your generous support to make this event possible. Special guests include Representative Ruben Gallego, East Valley Barbershop Harmonizers, and the Manhattan Dolls. So if you want more information, go to tempe.gov/community salutes. So once again, tempe.gov/community salutes. Also, next announcement here, the Downtown Tempe Authority Social Impact Award winner, and that was no other than our HOPE team, our Homeless Outreach Group. Once again, HOPE team, Homeless Outreach Prevention Effort, provides a wide range of services to those experiencing homelessness in Tempe, including street outreach, case management, and connections to shelter and housing. So once again, wanted to congratulate our HOPE team for all the great work that they do for winning the Downtown Tempe Authority's Social Impact Award. And the last announcement I have this evening, the Downtown Tempe Lifetime Community Award winner. Don't try to put your head down now. Kristen Charlo. Chris is someone who has given decades of service to this community and to the city of Tempe. Chris Charlo is the Care 7 manager. I don't know what y'all said back there, but I'm very worried. Chris Charlo, the Care 7 manager for the city of Tempe, started working for this community in 1994. For nearly 30 years, she has been providing crisis response services, victim services, and trauma-informed healing to Tempe. She and her team provide co-response support to our fire and police departments. As retired Fire Chief Cliff Jones often said, we are running on calls on the worst day of people's lives. I would add that Chris Charlo has developed a program that helps people heal every day after. She answers the call each and every time, filled with compassion and determination to make things better. Chris is creative, resourceful, and agile to meet the changing needs of those we serve. And most importantly, Chris has a way of creating an us when people feel broken, normalizing that we all have trauma. So Chris, once again, congratulations. Thank you for all of your exceptional work to the city of Tempe since 1994, and congratulations on your Downtown Tempe Authority Lifetime Community Award. Once again, give her a big round of applause. With that, I am done with my announcements. That takes us to item number 10, public appearances. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to address the council? And if so, please come forward, state your name and city of residence for the record. Seeing none, the next regular council meeting is on May 4th, 2023, and we are adjourned. Have a good night, everyone.